Indelendlela Nakaban molweni umfundisi ulinda ngeculo mamnam mayangayanga elizibitayo masilindeni ngeculo izani negwijo ke xa ningaliqondeli ngilihlabelayo masihlabeleni igwijo silindeni uprogram director nesigqeba sethu abaphezulu ngegwijo izani nenilaziyo bendisebenzisa ke lo but noba ndimnini izwe elincinci masenzeni maqabane males iza negwijo awu kahle bakithi ayini izani kaloku bethuna negwijo solisebeza izanalo sizolicula ne wavulele namayangiyo yanga yarokabo yanga yarokabo seni wavulele andiniboni phakamani kaloku yanga yarokabo yanga yarokabo oh avulele lena yanga yangiyo yanga yarokabo kabo. Yanga yanga ya rokabo. Seni wavulele. Ama yanga yangi yo. Yanga yanga ya rokabo. Yanga yanga ya rokabo. Seni sfulele. Ama yanga yangi yo. But nani kwani potential izani man, izani funa univa. Yanga yanga zophatala. Seni wavulele. Ama yanga yangi yo. Yanga yanga ya rokabo. Yanga yanga ya rokabo. Tio. Tio mama, tio. Tio. Tio mama, tio. Kuta, kuta. Kuta magerila. Kuta, kuta. Izane kujalo maqabani. Abantu abatsha yintoni. Hayi Mels, Nikita izane kujo. Lo mzabalazo mtala mtana waqalwa naleyo. So you know how guys dancela. Mtala mtana. Yes, Betun. At the age of 8 years, ungena kam kwi-ANC. Ne? Kwathiwa ndimncinci kakhulu. Ndamana ukhapha till the age of 12 years. Ngethamsanqa ndonyulo. Ndakhokela ibhisi membership ye-Youth League. Ayiqonda? Till ndibe kanti ndise-agini right. Kwa-41, sengu-43. Sajika sangu-29. eThemba Duze branch. Ndakhokela ke ngoku eBEC ndawufika kwi-age right. So andibizange ndibe nalo maki ithamsanqa ngoba ndikhokele kwi-youth formations ezifana neSASCO nentoni. Mna ndisuke kule age ndiyibalayo. Ndabe kanti ndikhokela kwi-ANC. Ndaphuma kwi-ANC. Ndabe kanti ndigxila koomama ku-Men's League. So ndiye ndibe nala ndinijonga ngalaa liso loba Bethu ndifumana la umf xa ndibona abantu abatsha. La umf xa ndibona iSASCO, nikhe nibone laa nto xa ndibona amayanga. So ndifuna urokha, khaniroke guys. Xa ndibe nalithamsanqa mna lozabalaza ne-age yam. Ndizabalaze noomama unama. Ndimncinci phakathi koomama unama. Bodwa. So makhe sibaphoxe oomama unama namhlanje, khe sizibonakalise uba singabantu abatsha. Niyayibona laa nto guys? Khanindivise kamandi ndanicela. Mhlawumbi ndizawubhubha ngomsa niyazi. Izani kaloku nelinye Mels, izani igita. Ya ke tana. Mamnam izani neli-1 xa lisihle lenu lizawunyuka elapho. Nebo? Izani neli-1. Wathinta imbokodo wathinta imbokotho wathinta umama Maqabane hayini iyo ehake lenyamazana awukwazi nikita lo uthe mandicula inyamazana ndaculeni iyo yodwa ehlala ehlathini iyo yodwa ehlala ehlathini iyo yodwa ehlala ehlathini iyo yodwa lenyamazana ehlala ehlathini yo ndithe ehlala ehlathini bo lenyamazana Xolweni oh hayi kodwa nikithi udlala ngam akuyihoyanga kwasayona nje tana le ndiculayo izani ke guys negwijo man khanizeni nalo please babhemi oh yini mntram izanalo ndiyaliva izanalo ixesha mama ndiyakhala mntanam xa njonga ixesha nithi unithi Maqabane La mapolo asithathapi isibindi singake sokuthathi Afrika ayenze yawo sokuthathi Afrika ayenze yawo
Nikita.
Amen.
spirit of Simon Goli, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Yolanda Kumar, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Mavelile PV Songwa, long live. Amandla, ayaroka, amayanga. Comrades, sizawuqala ngoku. Sizawuqala. Sizawuqhubeka kwitsho while i-leadership izawungena. Ndizawucela comrade, there's a problem here. Ndizawucela the activity coordinator uMamunama asondele ngaphambili, the young women's desk convener asondele ngaphambili, ndizawucela uSihle Ndamani asondele ngaphambili, noSivengaba if he's here basondele ngaphambili, nomsimelelo Makajani. Ndizawucela comrade nisondele ngaphambili so that sizoqala noko kudala silapha. Comrade Ayant. Where's the second mic? Leadership. Sizolale mawe, sizolale mawe, sizolale mawe, sizolale mawe niwe, sizolale mawe, ay, sizolale maweni, sizolale maweni. Akufleyitwa apha, akufleyitwa. Andimva umfleyito apha. Sizolale maweni. Sizolale Amandla ngawethu. Long live the undying spirit of Simon Koli. Long live. Maqabane sizawuqala ngokusingahlaleni phansi. Ucomrade Sweetness undawoni? Useza ne? Ndifuna into bana asingaqali engekangeni. Because I thought noba ukhona. Ndizawucela siphinde nje elinye igwijo sizawuqaleni. Sizawuqala ipromos sizawuqaleni. Ndicela la mic yesibini iye kulomuntu uhlabelayo. Esiyamayo abomelele abanothando abomelele esihambayo Tubula, 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 tubula. Ay, 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 ay. Kubo, kubo. Tubula, 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 tubula. Kubo, 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 kubo. Tubula, 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 tubula. Ay, ay, ay. Tubula, 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 tubula. Kubo, kubo, kubo. Oh, asama krava. Tubula, 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 tubula. Malise. Awu. Tala mtana. Koko betu. Umtala mtana. Koko betu. Zongakale mtana. Zongakale. Zongakale mtana. Zongakale. Hayo mtala mtana. Ukoko betu. Hayo mtala mtana. Ukoko betu. Zongakale mtana. Zongakale mtana. Zongakale mtana. Zongakale mtana. Hayo mtala mtana. Ukoko betu. Hayo mtala mtana. Amandla kawethu. Long live the LGBTQI, long live. Long live the LGBTQI, long live. Long live the ANC, the ANC, the ANC, long live. Pata Kongolose, Pata. Thank you very much, comrades. Greetings to the leadership of the ANC Women's League, RTT, that is present, phakathi kwethu, the leadership of the Young Women's Desk, led by Comrade Sihle and Comrade Kosani, the LGBTQI Desk, nathi siyazibulisa, the ANC Youth League, that is here, inkokheli zikhona, esisiboleke iward phemva, comrades of SASCO. Into enhle ke apha, Comrade Sihle, is that abantu esifikele kubo eSASCOini into zosiyasanga oNikita, upresident, former president of Rhodes is here, uComrade Nhlaka. So we ugcwele umzi zinkokheli zeliphondo siphelele. Now we are going to move into our program because siqale late, but ngoku lelo xesha sizawucela phambi kwento yonke sizawucela into uba sibe ne candlelighting ezawuba khona in remembrance of the likes of Andile Lulu Ntuthela, the likes of Siphamandla Khoza, and many others that died not for anything else but for living their truth, that died not for anything else but being able to say, this is me. So sizaba nalo candlelighting in respect of them. Into emandi ke wena Comrade Mzini ngeli comrade uComrade Msimelelo Magajane ungumuntu okwazi uzihlabelela. Uyabona ngoku sizawuphuma apha epolitikini kancinci size kweza kankolo siqoqe ingqondo zethu. Msimelelo, over to you, my leader. Uzazihlabelela.
Tiko akunana
Eko Alibeko Eni sonke.
Amen. Mandibulise indlu yonke bethuni iphela. Ndiyonqena ubhuda ke program director. Kandizazi bandile comrade until today. Ndibulise abantu abangaphambili. Ndibulise bethuna wonke umuntu okhoyo oluvayo ilizwi lami namhlanje. Ngegama lika Yesu Kristu Nkosi yethu, amen. Andile ndishiye nalonto bendibhalile xa undicele into yoba ndizolayita le candle, because I felt xa ndingena kule atmosphere into yoba it's not about words but it's about the spirit of those who are not present, whom they thought they will be still amongst us, but they are no more. And when I continue ukuthetha phambi kwenu, I want to say, if you see me now, know that I stand on top of giants' shoulders. I am nobody without my Lord. I am nobody without the history that was made ngaba basenduleleyo. And I thought engqondweni yami, because I always understood lento yale desk into ingathi into yobucala, but now nje ulutsha is chanting amagwejo athethayo, amagwejo achukumisa isazela, amagwejo ingathi awaviwa bewava, amagwejo ingathi abaniboni niwacula kodwa bayanibona. Yandibangela loo nto into yoba mandingathethi only ngale flag, but xa ndilayita le candle ndilayitele wonke umuntu lapha, whether you are gay or not, but we are facing the same struggle. Loo nto ke ndibangela into yoba ndithi phaa kuMatthew chapter 4 verse 31 kukho indawo ethi phaa nilukhanyiselo lwehlabathi. It might be a popular verse, ivesi ethethwayo kakhulu esiqheleleyo sonke, but ezi camera khona ukuze zifunctione zincedwa yile light. sibonayo kule room, kuze siyazi into yoba kungenye imini it is because of light, kuze ebusuku mhlawumbi sibone it is because of our flesh zeefowuni zethu that brings light so that we can have sight and see. Now ithi ke ngokule ndawo xa igqitha ukhanyiselo elunilo nina youth lumi phezu kwentaba, alikwazi ukufihlakala. Ilayithi ke nawe xa unoyijonga noba ucimele uyayibona, noba uyifulathele uyazibona ireflection yakho. And I want to say ngamafutshane bantwana basekhaya, phambili nge-struggle, because you are the light of the world. And I stand here ndisithi the names uandile bezibiza zamaqabane abhubhileyo, we speak their names. They are gone, but they are not forgotten. And I want to assure you this, lento nizabalezelayo ngoku, you might not be there to bear the fruits zayo. Ilento ndisithi it needs a spirit ngaphakathi, uzazi into yoba uhamba ngokomoya, and then your physical life will be much stronger sele uhleli kwi-wheelchair. I'm overwhelmed ke andile ngezizathu ezimbini qha zento yoba okokuqala ngendinxibe iteki nam ndixhentse, okwesibini mhlawumbi ngendingawafakanga namashiya so that ndizobila, and loo nto indibangela into yoba xa ndilayita eli khandlela to everyone who will receive, and I'm only referring to umntu that will receive. Unfortunately ke i-liberty ne-freedom, you can only receive it. It might be given, it might be said, but if you don't receive it, then you won't live it. Xa ndilayita apha ndilayitela ubomi babantu abasishileyo. Xa ndilayita apha lutsha lwasekhaya ndilayitela ubomi bethu thina siphila. Ndilayitela apha isikolo bantu abafundayo. Ndilayitela apha imisebenzi bantu abangekaqeshwa. Ndilayitela bona nje amazwi enu bahlabeli alamagwijo oba avakali. And ndilayitela into yoba lento niyenzayo ivuselele nabanye abantu abangekhoyo kule ndawo. Anguyehova bawo amanyange neminyanya yasemakwethu kaMagwini bethuna. Ithi xa ndilayite elikhandlela kukhanye apho bekumnyama khona. Andibudedisi ke mna kubumnyama, ndithi mabumke, ngoba into edetayo into ezawuphinda ithatha indawo yayo. Mumke ke ubumnyama kukuvela ukhanya. Xa bendiphinda la vesi ithi wena wabe ukho singekabikho zona, I meant us. God was there before us. He is here now. Uzawuba khona singekho. Asikho ke struggle esingena Yesu. Asikho struggle esingena Yesu. I-leadership leyi laba phambi kwethu will perish njengabo bonke abasenduleleyo, kodwa uThixo uYehova bawo uhlala ehleli. Ukuba niyachula ukunyathela ku-leadership yenu nakwi-struggle senu, kodwa nithi xa nihamba nibeke uYehova ngaphambili, I am telling you, akekho umuntu ozawuninqoba ngoba ilifu lizawube linongameli. Masicimeleni kancinci. Egameni loyise, egameni lonyana, nasegameni lomoya oyingcwele, Kristu Nkosi yethu, amen. Bawe ingcwele selukade ukho, moya namandla amakhulu. Your Holy Spirit is felt and your children are listening. Yiza ke Thixo ozalisa le ndawo, xelisa qhwithi. Makuthi Thixo yonke into ezawuthethwa apha, moya namandla amakhulu imanifeste ngomoya wakho wasezulwini. Yandisa Thixo ngoba wena ungumnciphisi. vula moya oyingcwele ngoba wena uvali, moya onamandla amakhulu ukhanyisa wena awububo ubumnyama, ngoYesu Kristu Nkosi yethu, amen. Cela ke just 1 minute, a moment of silence, se reflect kwi-comrades ezisishileyo, se reflect kwi-gays and lesbians ezisishileyo, se reflect ebazalini bethuna abasishileyo, and most of all sithandazele iSouth Africa. Sotha siqhubeke sonke kuthi tshabalako ube wena
Thank you very much, Comrade Simelelo. Singahlala phansi kancinci. Comrade Sweetness, Nkokheli ufika sisanda uqala le program. Thank you, Msimelelo Magajane, for lighting this candle for us. Andizophinda amazwi akho uthethile, I think everyone heard. I just want to welcome you, Comrade PTF. I want to welcome you, my leader, Comrade Sweetness. Siyamazi ke thina apha kwi-PYA ligerila eli. Sizawuqhuba ke iprogram yethu. Ndizawucela Comrade Makebenga usitsho ngegwitsho sibize uComrade Sihle Ndamane, who is going to tell us into kokuba why are we here, how did we get here, and what do we want after we've been here. Comrade Makebenga.
Amandla. Hayibo, ayima kaloku. Amandla. Amandla. Hayi ukutheni ngathi anikobatsha. Chuzani struggles zenu kaloku sibe sinye. Sanufunda yonke into. As a Chilo Andile, the name is Sihlendamane. Mine, hey. Abanye abantu bathi incinci le task. Hey, mna ne podium sine relationship at distance great. So inzima lendo. Hey. Greetings to the leadership of the ANC Women's League, leadership of Nehau, leadership of Young Women's Desk. Kanene nanza NYTT yetu ndilibe xolo. Greetings to Songa Pendlini. Namhlanje we are here on the month ka June, which was predominantly known as a youth month. But as iminyaka ihamba sayuxutha lento. This is Pride Month. Antanga masibalibale abake basilwela ngo-1976 kodwa ke nathi hayi kanisibolekeni mani maxabane sawukhangela inye inyanga. Phofu lento ye-Pride imele uba yinto yentsuku zonke. I'd love just nje cacisa lento eligama lithi pride. The word pride means it's a feeling, yabo, of pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements or the achievements of those that are close to you as a person. That's why ke sithi make siyekeni ukudibana xa kukubi. Cha kufuneka sililile. Asikwazi ukufuthelana. Sifundisaneni. Siyeke imfundiso esasicimba ze-right esisuka sinazo apho sivela khona singabantu mos umuntu uyafunda mihla le. Zisithi xa sigqibile ukufunda and unlearn izinto ezirongo zesikwazi ukuba ne-honest reflections. That's why we are here today. We're here to reflect, in the same breath, celebrate our lives. Whether you uzifaka amani ngathi uyazifaka le rongo lakama. You now uzibona uyipart LGBTQIA+ community. Okanye uthi hayi mina shem ndiphakula A. Namhlanje lixesha lethu ngoku kuba nale mibuzo ubunayo nezinto ungaziqondi sikwazi namhlanje siphefumulane ngazo. And ke yonke lonto zisithi siyeke, not siyeke in total, but singabi ngobantu be hashtags and trend followers, but know our struggle and be bold about it. Silapha nje ke phumile kanene leta. Yeah. Sikhokhele sadibana sathi maqabane masenze le program. Zisithi sibiza inkokheli zalapha eregionini. Zinazo zeziyazi esi struggle sethu and be able ukuyazi lento siyilwelayo baphinde kwezi different structures bakuzo bayathetha lento sibaxelele yona. We are here today to not let poets and writers to narrate our stories. We are here, we are alive. It is time that we narrate our stories. We're writing our own book as the Nelson Mandela Region. Zesithi xa siphinda siphakamisa uEugene Uzafuna ukukhokhela. Yeah. Ningathi ndiye mnamnyala. Andimnyalanga. Xa simphakamisa uEugene, singamclaimise phaa kwi-structures. Simazi ukuba besikuxelele le nto Eugene. And xa uthethe secaleni, hayi kaloku. Azikho lapho nathi, sakushiya phaa. Singabuyani simane sikhumbulana ngemini zikaxakeka. Siyazihamba i-court cases, siyazihamba eMarch. Akho nto singayenziyo sibhizi. Ngqi ipolisi. We are here to do that. People in structures, people in governance. Nathi sawufoma pha, sanibane war, la 15% ayanda. Yeah, spa. We are there. We'll change those policies so that they're inclusive to us. We do not need acceptance. We do not need acceptance at all. We are only mistake acceptance. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, not today. And that's what we are doing. That's why I'm saying we are here to narrate our own stories. We have successful stories. We've let these writers and poets to narrate our story and make it seem as the scariest thing in the world to be queer. Young boys and girls in primary schools are scared to live their lives because we've let these people think that we've let the broader society to narrate our stories to a point that that boy and young girl can't live their lives freely. Because they see that all they know about being queer is that queer people are discriminated, queer people are being killed every day. And that's true. Don't get me wrong. That is true. Corrective rape happens almost every minute. But that's not what we're here to do. Here we must come out of here having hope and believing and living freely and boldly. Focus. We must know our struggle. Not that you are obliged ukuyiphendula, but masikwazi ukuyiphendula. Umama wakho xa ekubuza uzukwazi ukumxelela nansi lento sikuyo. We're not fighting for acceptance. I also have a problem with this word of recognition. But we are here. They must feel us. Today ke dingayanga thethe gqithi. Le nto ndingayifuni ke podium mna ndiyathetha ndiyi-radio. Mandiyibeke ngolo hlobo nje kancinci ukuba we'll hear from our speakers nazo zekhe zisixelele sireflectheni honestly ukuba into lento siyifunayo and andiyazi noma ndizaba thwalisa uxanduva olungapha ya nabo kodwa ingathi basithele thuphe in their respective structures. What are they fighting? Mabasixelele babandawuni bebephi siyaphi ngoku bayiphinde bayivena lapha kuthi kuthiwa imandate ya refresh uthi restart okwecompyuter xa idiniwe isizo refresh ke ngoku imandate masiyibambe napho.
Kubi yo siyaya kubi yo siyaya ewe no babe sithubula besibetha besishaya Oh no, Babe. Besisha. Kubi, oh. Siyaya, Mandla. I'm singing this song because when a comrade Sihle Mzini, of course, sakhe sayicula lengoma kuthiwa kuyolaunch idesk ANC Women's League LGBTQI kwakhona inqenqe but sabe sisithi siyaya kwangule but point yethu was that siyaya, and we are not saying siyaya to the launch desk, but into sasithetha into ba our voice is going to be heard in the MDM structures, whether kumnyama, whether kumhlophe, whether funeke silwile, whether siyagxothwa, but thina we are going to enter siyaya. Hence ke ndicule lo culo. I just want to check, is Comrade Ngaba here? Not here, okay. Ngoku Maqabane sizawubheka messages of support from our sister desks, from other structures within the MDM and in the ANC. Unfortunately, ama comrade COSAS, they did send an apology. 80 bahleli Congress province as we speak. So by Tumele isixoliso. Comrade Ngaba kafiki sizawucela ngembeko enkulu siphakamise uComrade Sihle Mzini, who is the convener of the Young ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk in the Nelson Mandela region. Nimphakamiseni ke macomrade ngeculo lishushu gqithi ngoba ngu-deputy secretary wami we-branching. Andifuni apha xa ndiphuma apha ndizibone i-membership yami ndingenayo ngenxa yini. Ndicela okwegoje lishushu uba elishushu. Ndizawucela comrade ngokuqhawula. Ndizawucela ne ucomrade Hlumelo sizoncokolisa abantu apha. Siyenza loo nto. Sicela uthathe ucomrade ucomrade Sweetness uthi sibabi sine masks ezihlukileyo apha wesapha efront wesimna ile ngekano college le umakhulu wami. So uthi masibe bahle ubuyisa la red uthi comrade Sweetness ke xa ethetha ngalo red ayingo red we-EFF lo. Uthi masibe bahle apha comrade Sweetness singaphinda ke sihlabelela kutsho. Ndicela imic isondele ku comrade Ayanda lesibini. All right, okay.
Ngawethu. Amandla. Ngawethu. Ayaroka. Amayanga. Ayaroka. Amayanga. Malibongwe. Roar, young lions, roar. Roar, young lions, roar. Mandibulele kuqala. Ku program director. Comrade Andile Philiso. Dibulisa in the same sentence. Dibulisa leadership of the LGBTQIA plus community amongst us for organizing this event. Uthe umuntu bethetha ba phambili, we are here to reflect and refresh the mandate. Thina ke esingabanye sipha ku A sizothi we support that. Because ibalekile lanto support. It gives strength and courage to continue. When sandokubhala ku Facebook ndithi when all else fails, you rise and continue. So even when we take mandate here, kuzawuba khona indlela esizawugileka kuzo, but we must rise and continue. And ndibulise kwi-leadership ye-ANC Women's League amongst us, the regional coordinator Mamnama, sibulise the leadership of Nehau, the PDS is here. Isibasa isiqhelo ke ngoku into okuhlala naye ngoba uba khona kwi-programs zethu zonke. Bulise to leadership of the NYTT, uComrade Eugene, our former NEC member of SASCO. Current. Sorry. Hey, ndicinga hey man thula man. Kaloku semka kusekubi ngoku ndicinga. Leadership of the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk in the region. Ngokukhokhelwa coordinator phakathi kwethu nanko be front uSimbulelo Gosana. Wethu. And ndibulise leadership of ANC in branches, ANC Youth League in branches, the Young Women's Desk on campus that are part of this program. Uandile ke ungumuntu ongitsotsi. Ngohlobo lentoba uyahlala cinga right mos lanto ucinga uyahlala cinga bona ba okay, this is what we can do as the community. The plan. We'll go and tell them abangosihle sesigqibile thina. And that on its own has rebuilt or isivuselele nathi as a general youth okokuba singathi xa sibona that there is a norm of silence amongst ourselves in the activism of young people, sithule sihlale phansi nathi sibe ngathi asibona. Isinika amandla ukuthi when there is space, young people must enter in that space and revive each other's activism for the betterment of the future ye-country. Loo nto ke uyenza uNdamani uyatsho uthi xa bona besilwa balwela okokuba bangene batshintshe ipolicy ibe inclusive to everyone okhoye eSouth Africa. Ndidla ngokuthi ke I am happy that there is a desk of LGBTQIA+, mainly because we say that the ANC is the leader of society. And our society is colorful. We have different people who are in society, who serve different purposes, abenza ngendlela zabo. So in our ANC leadership, what happens in society, it must reflect there. If in society we have a community of the LGBTQIA+, the leadership of the ANC must have a community of the LGBTQIA+. That's why it's important to have a desk such as this one, so that we have an organization that is a representation of our people, which we claim to lead. That is the importance of having a desk. And yes, at this time,
under the leadership of Mamba Tabil, were able to launch desks as a server. These desks serve as a caucus for us young people to go and fight for what we believe in those strategic positions and strategic organizations. That's where you'll get your mandate. As a desk, I'm here to assist the ANC. I'm here to assist the ANC Women's League. But uku assista kwethu, because if we see a jonga, the majority of population in South Africa, it's young people. The government of South Africa, therefore, must reflect that. I we want 50% or 40%, as God decided, but at some point, but in the meantime, we must have these desks that will serve that purpose as a mandate. And go and contest in structures of the ANC Women's League, and the ANC Youth League. Because andithi into kaloku awukwazi ukuyenza kokoko kuze kufike ipoint yoba redundant. We've set sabona uba ayizoziswa ngetray kuthi. Ngcono kuthweni siyayilanda. I was very happy. I was seeing on Facebook posters of young people who are contesting to be councillors in the region. And I was very happy to say that these are children of the organizing. They know what the ANC is. They are learning in the process. But you don't stop learning. And to learn is to engage, to listen, to also speak. This is the direction we are moving in this way. You listen, you listen to abantu babathini, you correct it or engage it, so that you move together as one. So, Gale formation yale desk, I am very happy leadership. I am very happy that we are able to transform the. Now, what is left to do is for us to be organized. When we are organized, we are a force, an unstoppable force. Organized up and out. What we are going to discuss here moving forward must be how do we transform society, how do we then transform structures that lead that society. And when we say we transform leadership, it's not in the political sphere only. Our first point of reference when we speak of leadership, we speak of churches. And those spaces, zizo ezishapeayo on what we become. We must change how we think, how our families think. Because culture has normalized into ezithela zenziwa full stop. In which ezo zinto mhlamba zisarelate kuthi namhlanje. I was listening the other day. Sisitiba narrator the importance of the Datuba Stella Mandla. So I know the songs. Eti Datuba Stella Mandla. Uti Teta Lund. Datuba is the custodian. Yekai. But because we don't narrate our own stories and we don't write our own journey, now people have turned all of that to suit their own narrative. So in us being here, We must tap into spaces of culture, we must tap into spaces zesezcaweni, because those ngezona kumke ezifundamental ezikwaziyo ukushape ingcinga yomntu esengumntwana. Sitshintshe nengqondo zabazali bethu on what the LGBTQIA+ is. Because mna ndake ndadibana nomama wandibuza yintoni LGBTQIA+. Ndaqomba ndambuza kuqala ngubani bexelela ngayo. Azokucacisela uyivephi. And you could sense in the way she's asking it that unevabs gayo. And it's our duty then to go and correct that and educate them. That ngabantu nabo ehlobo lakho ngumuntu ngalo. So that sizawuhambeni sonke sithethe into enye sonke. So on behalf of the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk, we want to say we are happy to be here. We are happy to be invited by our sister desk. Siya we will work together moving forward and will advance our struggles in unity. We will move in a direction that seeks to serve young people of this country and also the people of the LGBTQIA+, because ayina age. Apho ke i-desk yona iphela ku-40, but yona ayina age. So we are hoping that today's engagement, the roundtable discussions, will be highly engaged. Sizawuphuma apha sihludi. Mhlambi ke kudla ngothiwa will learn, unlearn and relearn. Kwalapha sithembile ke panel yethu. Noko babantu ekudala bekhona ejijini. They will provide guidance. Kalo magama mandibulele Mandla.
Oliver Tambo ba isandla. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Bambi isandla sam. Bambi isandla usibambu ngasiyeki Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Bambi isandla sam we Tambo. Usibambu ngasiyekeleli. Usibambu ngasiyeki Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Bambi isandla sam. Amandla kawethu. Long live the LGBTQI community, long live. Long live the ANC Women's League, long live. Long live the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk, long live. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades. And Zamunivusa. I want to welcome Minister, Comrade Stella Ndabeni Abrahams, osijoyinileyo benikhe ndava kwathiwa usengenile siyaqhuba mafako siseku messages of support before the inception of the LGBTQI desk of the ANC Women's League, there was an attempt that was made by comrades of saying, kudala sikhala sisithi sifuna i-desk ye-ANC, African National Congress. But apha kuyifuneni kwethu le desk aside siyinikwe. Therefore, zithini inzame esinozenza ezizawuba zi-pressure points in ensuring that the ANC listens to us. Hey, i-iPhone inintsi nam. Zithini inzame. And that is where this organization, endizawucela the spokesperson in the province, okhoyo phakathi kwethu, uComrade Nikita Ntuma azokwenza umbuliso on behalf of Embrace Diversity, that took a decision and said, kudala sinkqonkqoza kwi-African National Congress, singamalungu ayo, but we are not finding expression. Therefore, asivuleni le organization that is going to be an alliance of the ANC, so that sibe ne voice organized. Ndizawucela ke Comrade Ntuma to give a message of support, my leader. Sicela Comrade Ayanda umphakamise. Mama we ma, 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 mama we ma.
Enkosi Comrade Ayanda, Enkosi Comrade Ayanda. Mna igama lam nguNikita Ntuma. I'll start with this. As some would quote Mark, I would quote Marx. Do you think when two individuals who hold two contradictory views meet and shake hands, these contradictions will simply melt away? What a daydream is that? That is from Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, former premier of the Soviet Union after Stalin. And I'm happy to wearing this, this red mask because we do know that the communists and trade unions do not hold any contradictory views. But us as communists, we fight for non-sectional views. And so, ndiyabulela ukubona umuntu we-union anyhow. So good morning, good afternoon, sweetness. Revolutionary greetings, comrades. On behalf of a collective of leaders of the sexual and diverse population, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, intersex, trans people, and exploring people, EDBM Embrace Diversity Movement is an independent and autonomous organization that aligns itself with the vision of the African National Congress and of the mass democratic revolution. And we subscribe to the values, organization, that structure, when it's its best self, that's when it's able to be a hope for South Africa, when it is its best self and attempts to renew the mandate from time to time. As a comrade, embracing the values and the diversity enshrined in our constitution, particularly those of people who have been said as sexual minorities, but now we know they are not minorities. Those who may be out and proud and claim their space might be minority, but we do know that we are a majority in this country. Those have not yet to come. Understanding that we ascribe to the values of constitution of people of sexual minorities, differently able-bodied, and other key populations. At this juncture, we are forming those partnerships, of which the ANC Women's League is a key partner and role player and strategic contact for Embrace Diversity Movement. Because as from 2017, some comrades in Joburg are planning a march to the office of the ANC in Gauteng, Johannesburg Metro. And they got into that meeting. At ANC, we support the vision. Because remember that constituted ANC, the ANC does not seek for unity. There's no such thing. It seeks unity of purpose, comrades. So it says, no, we recognize and understand. Let us meet and engage. Which is why in 2018, when Embrace launched its manifesto, the Deputy Secretary General, Jesse Duarte, was there. Behind gay liberation, behind the liberation of everyone. And Embrace says that, comrades, you know, they have welcomed the NYTT up because after the liberation movement was unbanned in 1999, there was a discussion at the ANC Youth League, my boy as a desk, here could be semi-autonomous. And those comrades fought for the ANC Youth League to remain a league and have its semi-autonomy. And nathi ke sithi bana, the ANC Women's League took a very bold and revolutionary step, even in that Congress, Yanula Obama Obatabile, that even trans women are women. And they are women indeed. And they must be part and full members of the ANC Women's League. And yes, Comrade Ayanda, and such, with Embrace being an alliance of the ANC working closely, there will come a time, Sitiabo now, desk, Embrace must be that alliance partner of the African National Congress, the tripartite, the last by Quad Alliance, Comrade Tebanis, the tripartite alliance. Your ANC, your COSATU, your Communist Party, Embrace Diversity Movement, and about that desk, but they Embrace, having that full autonomy and independence. We are here. We have that power of ourselves. And the ANC Women's League is there with us as our strongest and most vocal partner because they understand the oppression that women go through, and especially Black African women in this capitalistic country that we are in. Mine, this is not a very easy thing, but it's umsebenzi onzima, great. CIC to Embrace Diversity Movement, South Africa in the province. Comrades, this journey is a journey of renewal for everyone. We are going to a process of learning, but most equally unlearning the hate that has been instilled in us ever since 1652 of the original sin of even Umhlaba. Understanding when that thing, those forces, the conquest of Africa, the colonization of Africa, the Africa being placed into a Christian state, and capitalism, wenza umuntu omnyama ibe ngumuntu ongenasidima, ongenasithunzi, ongenamhlaba. And we say all of our struggles are connected. We are not looking for any sectarian struggles. Our struggles are one. It's the economic struggle, it's a struggle for dignity, it's a struggle for consciousness, a struggle for work, which is why we take everyone along with us. And you must, every point in time you must remember yourself, you must take yourself with. When you see in a space and you see that it's not inclusive, it must be fully inclusive of everyone involved. And we take no one behind. And the issue of being a capitalist society of where money, capitalism has a class consciousness, and the working class is going to be exploited. Our sisters, our other siblings cannot go to work as themselves. And the issue of the gender marker, I'm happy now that Home Affairs is changing that thing of that gender marker, which forces us into a binary oppression. And the binary that says only men, it's only female, and not that it's a spectrum, is what is killing us. It allows these homophobes, these transphobes, the patriarchy and the misogyny to make us into victims. And in conclusion, comrades, Bosman, it's this enormous task is to say, when we meet again, we cannot be perpetual mourners, as it says undertakers, abangcwabi. We must be able to celebrate our lives, must be able to love and be loved and to work and to have sexual and diverse people at work. in ministries, amagqirha, everywhere, and even have representation. Kula 50% of women, mabe khona lesbian, trans women, non-binary women must be represented there. And to have representation in parliament, in these local elections, like the ANC is going to win up a metro, there must be an LGBTI councillor, PR award councillor, and we can talk on to our issues for ourselves and be our own spokespersons. So ndiyavuya ukuba nani namhlanje maqabane, and lo msebenzi ngumsebenzi omkhulu enwenzileyo, my comrades. Engosini kakhulu.
Igama lamakhosikazi ma, libongwe igama lamakhosikazi ma, libongwe, libongwe ma, libongwe ma, libongwe ma. Amandla awethu makomrade masingaqhathaneni ne sonke apha siphume kwindawo esisuka kuzo sisithi siza kwiprogram ye-LGBTQI desk. So xa kuculwayo masiculeni, if asiyazi ingoma abedla ngothi ke ohlumelo sifika kwiSASCO, sifika sisuka kwi-private schools, sifike phaa xa amakomrade egwitsha sibe ngathi sikhangele. Bathi ohlumela ukuthi if awulazi igwitsha uqhwaba izandla, if awukwazi uqhwaba xhensa, if awukwazi uxhensa phakamisa isitulo, but mayibe khona into yenzayo. So ndizawucela macomrade into yoba sibe patient with one another. Ngoku ngalo mzuzu sizawuphakamisa the RTT coordinator of the ANC Women's League in the region, Umama Comrade Nama, who in her work as the coordinator has a responsibility of ensuring that the administration of the ANC Women's League in this region serves the interest of the Young Women's Desk and the LGBTQI desk in the region. Siphakamisa ke umuntu omkhulu onjalo. Ndizawucela simhlabelele igwitsho azokunikeza i-message of support on behalf of omama bethu eregionini. Comrade Makabene.
Amandla. Ngawethu. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Uzoyithola kanjani? Uhlele ekoneni.
Uzoyithola kanjani?
Ingathi andivakali kakuhle. Make ngiyisuse kanini. Ondiyeke apha le. Okay. Okay. Greetings Zimbokodo. Oh, dayifa ke. Let me appreciate leadership in the house, starting from the upper echelons of the LGBTQI+. I greet you, leadership. I also acknowledge ANC Women's League, Mama Pumla Vanga. Thank you for your presence, leadership. Mama Nyami, Mama Kosani. The list is endless. Let me rather say protocol observed. Yes. We've come to deliver a message of support, but we will touch some few things that we think are relevant as we were listening. Let us start by saying this is indeed a wonderful program. The beauty of the program is indescribable. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you so much, LGBTQI+. We really thank you. We've come to bless the occasion. We've come to say, Maikule empowerment of the LGBTQI. We must go out. From here now, we must go out. We cannot continue to sit down and talk. We talk, but we don't go out. We must go and teach the community about what it stands for. Knowledge, because knowledge is virtue as we speak right now. You go out, you will be shocked that there's very little knowledge, even amongst ourselves, about the LGBTQI+. And you know, what becomes important further is that we don't empower ourselves about what is in the Constitution. Freedom of choice is guaranteed, but people are forced to a particular direction. Sometimes people even forgot that life is a gift from God. You dare not kill. Stop that killing. Why are you killing people? Because of their choice, because of your narrow-mindedness. That is why I would like to say, I think we are failing you. Let us be honest, as a collective, we are failing the LGBTQI because things are happening right now. Sikhona. The challenge is that siyathetha apha kuthi sithethana nathi. City sit with at some stage we make an assessment whether the information is reaching out. That is why I would say we must live according to cosmic rhythm. You know, when we say live about cosmic rhythm, cosmic, cosmos, according to the world, there is a change now. We don't live from the past. You know, in the past, it was regarded as a serious sin. The issue of exposing what you believe, it was regarded as a sin. You know, this is what you didn't dare. But now, hence I talk of the cosmic rhythm. Our society is still in the past. And what you have organized is what you will call a turnaround strategy. Turnaround strategy. Continue with such programs. They are seriously needed. Programs of this nature. And you know, I was listening here, a speaker clarifying pride. I saw on TV as well about this month, and I was watching and observing, and also listen to what others were saying. Others were saying, what are we fighting? One speaker raised that question. One speaker said, can we reflect on the young women desk? Then I thought to myself, instead of ndiqhubekeke nento endicinga uba we must raise, I must also touch these questions and try to answer the questions. Young women desk. I think it's an opportunity for us to reflect. This is a desk leadership within the ANC Women's League. That's a starting point. The desk is not outside the league. It is the desk, you may call it a committee, as if you understand that you cannot operate without committees, naturally. But this one becomes the most important committee in the ANC Women's League because of its task, or rather say the purpose. You know, the purpose of the Young Women Desk is simple. It's about youth development. Young Women Desk, it's about youth development. It's about growth. Abantu abatsha. It's about sisebenzele into ba abantu abatsha bajoine i-Women's League. That is our main task. We will never be able to do that task without programs. It's not about leading positions. No. It's about the task attached to the desk. The task is simple, the task is clear. When it comes to, in terms of who controls, who monitors, who supports, all those things are relevant when people are together and performing a particular task. In Young Women Desk, ningabantu abatsha, you must occupy positions. You will never occupy position if you do not participate in branch activities. You must join the ANC. You must join the ANC Women's League. You must have these two membership. I'm sorry, it's a message of support, but the issues indirectly raised, and maybe it will help the knowledge. You belong. When you do not belong, that 50-50 is very critical. It would be a shame indeed that in this local government, we will not produce a leader who will represent us in that local government from the LGBTQI plus, or from the Young Women Desk rather, put it that way. But, and maybe you are not informed. Ziyaqhuba i-BGMs ziyaqhuba. Zikhuba in terms of branches. That's why you must be attached to a branch. You cannot only float, sorry to use that word, because you must lead at some point. So I'm giving you a tip that join that branch, be in the Women's League branch, and you occupy the space. You occupy the space you are occupying, but singing only will not take you there. Prepare yourself. That's how it is done. We are ready to pass the baton. But if we are standing, for example, to write on Facebook, you write everything on Facebook. You tell Facebook, it's good, but it's not going to take you to where you want to be. That's the bad side of this thing. So I want us to be honest to you, because lento kaloku ayizohlala kuthi soloko ikhona. Lento lena yethu sonke. Yabantu abatsha. You know, in politics, what I like, there is no age. As long as you are ready to lead, you are available, and people want you to lead. So avail yourselves. That's the thing. And that document, it says, abantu abana 35 years, at least, not abana 35. It says at least Pago 35 years, they must be considered to lead local government. So it means you are needed more than before. That's the main thing. And, you know, I think I've touched critical issues that I want to touch, that we will be soon heading for elections. Sizawuzapha kuni for elections. We will be busy mobilizing. We will be busy showing our visibility, our strength. You will be there for that purpose, because we are together in this thing. We are not going to leave you behind. But what becomes critical is that as I'm standing here, we must support the LGBTQI. Nangoku, BGMs are still on, where there is a chance of lobbying for a candidate. Please, let's go for it, so that at the end of the day, we realize the inclusivity we are talking about. In conclusion, we want to say, it is a pleasure to be with you. We really appreciate, and we think that there will be, it's not the end of it, there will be other programs of this nature. And when there are cases like rape, murder of young women, we wish to see you there in your numbers. I thank you.
Ewe tambo tambo, oyelele mase kuzokali pasuka. Ewe tambo tambo, oyelele ma lipasuka. Ewe sifikileti nabafana bomkhulu sekuzokali pasuka. Ewe sifikileti nabafana sekus lipasuka ewe thambo thambo oyalelema lipasuka ewe thambo thambo sekusoka lipasuka ewe sesifikileti nabafana bomkhonto sekusoka lipasuka ewe sesifikileti nabafana bomkhonto ewe thambo oyalelema sekuzo lipasuka ewe thambo sekuza amandla bawethu comrades. These are the songs that we sang. Comrades sihle emzini ke nabohlumelo nabomgcini mafa, they know into ba akekho umuntu obethwe epolitikini ngathi ndim. But always qala amaqabane engiqinisa, they sing these songs and I come back. Thank you, my comrades, ngokucula eligwitsho. Ngoku sizawusika islice secake. Sizawusika islice secake. We are going to call on a comrade that xa ulijongile umane usithi if this comrade throughout these scrutinies, if this comrade throughout all the negative things that are being done and said, if this comrade could rise or rise ngalo and be consistent, I want to be like her. We are going to call up a provincial working committee member of the ANC in the Eastern Cape and chair of the subcommittee on communications, a former member of the ANC Youth League National Working Committee, and also a member of the ANC Women's League, and a very well-known cadre in governance, as she is the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Comrade Ndizasakuni, our keynote speaker, comrade, Minister Stella Ndabeni Abrahams. Ndicela into yoba sihlabele kwitsho. Yeah, Youth League. Ibambeni wesinsi. Kubo. Vuka mawulele. Niwe bafaye. Bombe. Niwe zinsi. Iyoyo hayisi. Ibonsola wafa. Awafone. Ayoyoyo wini mande. Hayisipa. Sala wafa. Sindiko. Wene, oh yeah, Bombe, Hawafa, yeah, Bombe, he was in tea, oh yeah, Bombe, Hawafa, yeah, Bombe, who was in tea, oh yeah, Sepa, Wafanya sendeko kumbuza wini Mandela isipa amwasala wafanya sendeko kumbuza
isipho salobafazi kumuzu isipho salobafazi sende kubo awayibambe enilobafa yibambe iwazit awayibambe ilobafa yibambe awazit salaba salaba fakum kumuzuli mimat isipa salaba fana sendekum kumuzuli mimat ayibambe ayibambe iwaziti awisipa alabafana
Mandla. Comrades, I do hope that I am audible enough. And of course, the first thing is to pass greetings to the leadership of the ANC in that region, the leadership of the ANC Women's League, the leadership of the Young Women's Desk, the leadership of all PYA structures, and of course our committees as the Progressive Movement. Comrades, I am speaking to you today on a day wherein we celebrate 66 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter. And of course, at the center of the work that we are doing is to make sure that at all levels, we are able to make sure that this finds realization. It therefore gives me pleasure that during this month that is dedicated not only to young people of our country, but also known as the Pride Month, that we are gathered here in order to ensure that we do not only discuss, but we share experiences and therefore come out with a clear program of action. Of course, comrades, once more, we meet under revulsive circumstances that continue to seek to undermine the tremendous gains of equality and freedom that we attained over these years. Xa sizawuthetha ngokucalucalulwa kwabantu, ithi le nto sizibuze ukuba ngaba sindawoni na kanye kweli dinga sasithembisile labantu amabalingane emhlabeni we-Africa, kwi-African National Congress. Ngelixa, again, we recognize the efforts by government in trying to ensure that we enact laws that promote quality. We also thank the activists that made it possible through the marches that were organized and every program that was undertaken in order to make sure that indeed in our constitution, the rights of the LGBTQIA community are recognized. Whilst we relaxed comrades having achieved this, we were therefore taken by surprise by a wave that emerged, a wave that really demonstrated lots of efforts on hate against the community. And of course, those that are embarking on this effort, they make sure that they use all their energies, that they will lead into isolation, persecution, violence, and even death of the LGBTQIA community. Comrades, we all know that as the ANC, we've come a long way to appreciate that over the past 3 decades, we have to advocate and pass progressive laws that sought to promote equality in our country, South Africa. Working tirelessly every day in order to expose and put an end to the discrimination practices. But this has not been enough. President Ramaphosa had to speak against the social ill in the January 8th statement of the ANC, wherein I want to quote him. He says, gender-based violence and femicide is rooted in patriarchal attitudes and is the most blatant affront to our community, to our common humanity. Ending gender-based violence in all its forms is integral to the social and economic progress of our nation. I close quote. Comrades, as we talk about this, I heard earlier different speakers who went on to say, go for hashtag and then what? We go for lots of Facebook likes and posts and lots of tweets and retweets, and then what? While our young sisters and young brothers continue to be discriminated, not only by strangers, but by ourselves as we are seated here. What action and role do we need to play? How do we make sure that as we claim to be the leader of society as the ANC, as we claim to be the law-abiding citizens who respect each other's right of choosing life and living it in a manner that one wants to live it? The right to associate or disassociate. At what stage do we say enough is enough? And therefore we will not partake on any activity that is led by those that we know that they do not respect human rights. Because these are human rights that are embarking on everyone, irrespective of what sex or gender you are. That is why the ANC is a non-sexist organization. At what stage now do you want to choose certain rights over others? Of course, I did say government of the ANC is trying to put legislation as informed by the policies of the ANC. This is why if you go to the Women's Ministry, they have appointed the National Task Team as appointed by the President. They've developed a strategic plan. But at the center of it is the role that we play as individuals, as I said earlier. What do we do in the incidents, just like what we saw last week, wherein Anele Bengu from Kwamakuta in KwaZulu-Natal, a young lesbian who was stabbed and mutilated. Today, she's been laid to rest. May her beautiful soul rest in peace. Once we welcome the arrest of the suspects who are connected to this silly action and cruel action, but we are saying as government, it can never be correct. We are saying as the ANC, enough is enough. The murder of an LGBTQIA member is one too many. And as I said, like the women did in the past, all those women that marched against the struggles that were faced in the apartheid, it is high time that the women of this country take charge in protecting their own children, their own husbands, and protecting themselves. Because at times we tend to think that when we do not approve of certain things, they do not happen to us, or we can never be associated with them. The reality is that we give birth, we are birthed with certain people, we date and marry certain people who are different, but because of how society treats them, they then choose not to be who they are. At what stage do we say, I love you for who you are, just like I want to be loved for who I am? It doesn't mean that you're going to accept me, because as Angela said, we're not here to be accepted. We're here to make our own mark. God has his own purpose of all of us on earth, and therefore it can never be
that some people think that they can define the path for us. And this requires, therefore, those that choose to say, we stand by the rights of people, we stand against any discrimination, to come together and say, enough is enough in action this time. Yes, hashtag is important. The tweets, the retweets and the posts, very important because they raise awareness. We shouldn't undermine the role they play. Raising awareness and mobilizing society, but now we need to come up with a clear program of action. As I said, the first thing right now, to express ourselves, we are heading towards local government elections. The type of leaders that we choose are the leaders that understand that the ANC is the leader of society, therefore they shouldn't be ashamed when I happen to be a lesbian or one happens to be a queer or whatever one that chooses to be. Or we continue to elect leadership that although they associate with the liberation movement with clear policies, but they choose to do as they please when we see them, or when they take national platforms, they're able to talk to those policies without them living them. Comrades, we will continue to talk about abuse, and we'll continue to talk about the strides government is making against the vulnerable groups that must be protected. But really it is that we've had amongst ourselves of comrades who abuse others. It doesn't happen outside us as the society. We know of the people who continue to do that. At times it is us that contribute to that. So what is it that we need to do to ensure that we live by the founding principles of the ANC? As I said, today we are celebrating 66 years of the Freedom Charter. That's very clear on equality. These battles that we choose, these associations that we choose, we should be able to live by them, not only when it suits us, but at all times. Right now, the world is faced with this brutal spread of a virus that we do not know how to curb it. The emergence of the COVID-19 caught us by surprise. Instead of us garnering support and working hand in hand together, there are still those that want to redirect their energies in fighting against the community. When do we get to choose our fights? Are we aware of what we are fighting against? Or do we know what we are fighting for? Because at times we do get a sense that we're no longer sure about the enemy that we are faced with. We're no longer certain about that we need to do in the society of building a nation that is cohesive. We continue to talk about social cohesion, nation building, but what are our actions towards that when it comes to the protection of the vulnerable groups? Yes, as I said, we have passed legislations, but are we forcing everyone to make sure that they respect the rights and the legislations that we have passed? This is a call, comrades, that requires all of us to work together. In a survey that was conducted by the Center of Risk Analysis, it was discovered that 4 in 10 members of the LGBTQIA+ community knew of someone who had been murdered because of their sexual orientation. That's 40%, comrades. Which therefore means every one of us must act in solidarity when we see injustice, and we must individually and collectively hold accountable those who choose to discriminate, harm, and exclude. In the above sentence, I spoke about the great strides, and need I remind ourselves that we are the first country in the continent and the 5th globally to legalize same-sex marriages. Yet, in spite of all that success or those progressive legislative environment, homophobic murders remain shockingly prevalent in our country. I said we're the first country in Africa. We are number 5 globally to recognize that it is not up to us to choose what kind of life or a gender people must be born with or associate with. But despite all of that, as we take pride in the constitution that we have, of how great it is, we still find those that see it important that they must break the law. It's breaking the law. Because if it is recognized in the constitution and we choose to undermine each other's right, that's breaking the law. At what stage do we make sure that there's certain laws that we really do not compromise on, but ensure that they are implemented to the latter and support, including the law enforcement agencies? As I said, it's not a government task. It is all of us that must act in unison and identify and, of course, isolate the tendency that we see that is happening. We have fought, comrades, against so many repressive laws as we talk of a painful past that we come in, whilst we claim to be confident of the future, including from the global front. We remain intertwined as a global community, and so are our challenges. Therefore, extending a hand of solidarity to the LGBTQIA community beyond our borders, and that would not just be an act of generosity, but a civil duty. If you want to go outside South Africa, there's lots of our people who are not able to find expression to coming back in our African states, simply because their countries are not recognizing their rights. And if we are capable, as members of the ANC, which does not have only a responsibility to liberate the people of South Africa, this is a call that we must take to other African states to say it is possible. We have done it in South Africa not because of whatever favors, we have done it because we recognize that everybody has a right to associate or de-associate. But as I said, it will not happen if we only end it on Facebook and Twitter. It will not happen if we do not make sure that it finds expression in the ANC structures that is the leader of society, and that talks to the program of action that must ensure that at all times, as we greet each other, I always listen also when we are in a flight, ladies and gentlemen, and already others are excluded if you are looking at that. What if you're not a lady? What if you're not a gentleman? Are you recognized as a queer? And these are the things, because now this finds expression in the Constitution, that we should make sure that as we talk about this, we also raise awareness, even amongst those that are ignorant about the fact. Because the more we continue to use the right language, therefore, anyone who undermines that, one would know which I'm isolated, because this is the reality. After 9 law, you make it to be a shameful thing. It can't be shameful that I choose to be or I choose to be Muslim in my country. Therefore, including choosing which gender I want to be, and I'm born like that. And I do not expect others to understand what God has communicated to me or what God has instilled in me, because indeed, He did not call a press conference. And this is one thing that we should appreciate, that as the ANC, we've got to live up to the values of the ANC first, its founding documents. We've got to live according to the values of our constitution in this country, and of course the policies and the strategy and tactics that we continue to employ. And once we do that, we're able to show everybody in the society that it is possible that you accept that you do not agree with. Because we're not forcing people to say, here, agree with me, agree with that one, but to say, recognize that I'm here. Recognize that in South Africa, Justin would like, there are 11 languages, Ndilimbondo, and my language is not recognized. It's a reality. Therefore, you may not like the community, but you must accept that they are here on this land, and this land has the law that is in place, and we have policies, as I've said, and therefore everybody must respect each other's right. As I conclude, Program Director, I wish to reiterate that our government's commitment to provide a safer environment for all. I said today we are celebrating 66 years of the Freedom Charter, and therefore, especially for the marginalized members of the community, it's important that we ensure that safety that was promised or in the adopted document still finds expression today from all fronts, at home, in the streets, and wherever that we are. By so doing, as government, we want to create a conducive space to enable the community's full economic participation and the ability to enjoy full human rights. As a society, we all have a responsibility to exercise tolerance, care, and respect for each other. Fighting for an end to discrimination should not just be for those who are affected. We know that as a Black population, we once felt the sting of discrimination in this country, and it took even those who were not directly affected, both in South Africa and abroad, to stand up and add to the crying voice of the marginalized South African people. And we saw apartheid falling on its knees. It is possible to defeat again this discrimination and abuse against our sisters and brothers. All we need to do, as I said, is to join hands together and say enough is enough. We are South Africans. We are humans, and therefore we enjoy all the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution without anybody's approval, because this is what our heroes fought for. We dare not, therefore, fight the battles that our forefathers won. They struggled, they were exiled, they left their families for us to be free and liberated. And therefore we shouldn't allow anybody who wants to take us back. We shouldn't allow, we should expose all of those. Comrades, as I said, this is not possible to be realized if we are shy about it or apologetic about it. It is possible when we make it our responsibility that in our own gatherings first, in those SGB committees, in those street committees, in those meetings that we held, everybody is recognized equally and treated equally. And that's only the time that we'll be able to say we have delivered to the realization of the Freedom Charter, and therefore we can take a break and hand the baton over to those that must continue the fight towards the economic freedom of our country. We can never claim to be free if there are those that are scared to walk on the streets of their country. We can never claim to be free if there are those that cannot sit and converse with their parents about their status. We can never claim to be free if we still frown against some of us because they are associated with a particular grouping. It therefore starts with us. The fight against the scourge that is there to destroy our community by targeting and isolating the LGBTQIA community begins with you. It comes in three cans: the I can, the you can, and we can. Once we do that, everybody can, and everything is possible. Amanda. Thank you, Program Director.
Long live the ANC, the ANC, the ANC, long live. Tata, ANC, Tata. Tata, ANC, Tata. Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Honorable. This is a round table discussion. Minister Apha has really mentioned some of that queer people face. And what I love from her input, is that when we identify these struggles and we identify how we are being victimized. Abantu, because it has been made a normality, into yokus humiliate, because it has been made a normality, into yokuba singabi na voice. When we voice out these things, we become, this is a new phenomenon. Yet, kudala sithule. So, comrades, uMinister uyenzile input yakhe ibicacile kum, but for the benefit of the program, I do want to give to comrades mhlambe siqala apha etafuleni, if there are any comrades that want to add or ask any question in breaking the stereotypes that are there, using breaking the stereotypes and dismantling the stereotypes using social media. So I just want to check if there's any comrade that would like to maybe pose a question to the minister or have an input on the discussion. Comrade Sweetness.
Mandla, not necessarily a question, program director, but just an input, considering that Comrade was still as years government. There is a lot that she has said about us being number one in the country, in Africa, in the world. But the reality is that the reflection of that, we don't see it in the society, in our country. I was sitting here saying to Comrade Eugene that we should stop saying these things. We should out there. The government should start doing enough. They are not doing enough. The spirit that we see, Minister when they want to close Uchwala, which there is nothing wrong with that. But we also need to see the same spirit who are gays. We want to see the same spirit who are lesbians. We need to see that. We need a government of ANC that is led by because that is the reality. The government that is in charge is led by the ANC. The ANC must influence the government. If it needs be that there must be harsher sentences for people who are doing these things, it must be. We must start to see these discussions at that level. We have seen that in the society gradually, as much as we are saying that it is not enough, we've seen, we approached Minister, one of your radio stations, if you listen to Abo Mafa in the morning, they are so flexible. It's not even a matter of them saying that we are accepting. They acknowledge and understand that there are people who've got different sexualities. When you hear our brothers and sisters who are gays there, you don't find a situation whereby when they are commenting, they will be cut. They are welcomed. So we need to see more of that. We understand that there are programs whereby we see these things, but in reality is that it is not enough that there must be a movie. It is not enough that there must be a film or a series. We want to see practically in our lives, the leadership needs to practice this. The leadership, when they are addressing, they need to talk about these things. It cannot be that the president only talks about it when he addresses a certain group. They need to lead as ANC is a leader of the society. As much as we say that we are happy that the ANC has allowed the desk, but more than anything, I am proud of you guys who has fought, because anyone who wants to be acknowledged by ANC must fight. Anyone who wants to acknowledge, ANC is a multi-class organization. In order for you to be recognized, you need to fight for the space. One of the reasons now that there's a capital system, they are fighting. So I'm just saying that Minister, we are happy that you are participating in this program, but we are saying that to your fellow cabinet members, social development needs to do enough. Department of Health needs to do enough, because I know that there is a lot. I will speak when I speak, but I just like to say that we appreciate that ministers are availing themselves for such programs, because there are people who are following them. So when they see them leading by example, this is what our society needs to see. But more than anything, on the side of justice, Minister of Police, Minister of Justice, they need to do more. We have named people here before the program starts. That is a drop in the ocean. There are a lot of people who are dying, we don't know, the deaths are happening, so we just need to do enough. Even at the police station, there are difficulties where people go and report a rape. I'm just saying that the government needs to do enough. They need to do enough. Thank you.
Thank you again, Program Director. It's Nikita again. I always like to go and reflect back on history, as Pride Month was a riot. I see there are many places, stay in the north of Johannesburg, and Pride became like a party, an event. The first Pride in America was a riot. It was a riot that happened when the police, the state in America, was brutalizing sexual and gender minorities. In South Africa, in 1965, there was a riot when it was still the apartheid government. A riot in Forest Town, Johannesburg, and they arrested so many queer people. That's when queers organized. They organized because the then Minister of Justice, Minister Pester, wanted to outlaw homosexuality, and then they did an amendment to the Immorality Act. And they came out in 1965, long before June 16, June 16, but you don't get that history. There is an active erasure of the lives of gender and queer people. So I always refer to the history. And that thing was done by government. In the same way that the ANC was able to take on government apartheid debt that was made by the apartheid system because it came into government, it must be the same way that we as a government must be able to undo those centuries of Dutch Roman law, which came in and tried to control the sexuality of people. Do you know when the judge came here and introduced laws, there was even to masturbate was a punishable offense. You could go to jail, you could go to prison, right? So that was passed by those Dutch people. But now if government must work, if I'm going to be reporting a case of a rape, is it easy to go to the clinic? But you can go to the clinic, to the police station, to the court. You find out that in the court they have no gender neutral bathrooms. A person who is sexual and gender minority will be victimized, can even relieve themselves. Just example. And you see people, and I'm saying this because I want to are people, and they start in households. They never come in before in government, but you must go and unlearn. You find out that in the gender marker, a home affairs, it's a long process for trans people. Why is even Lendo Ukui male? Male. I was born, I came here. Who says I am male? You gendering me. And even intersex people, some intersex people when they are born, because they have this binary thing, they get operated on because they have ambiguous sexual organs. And they always say it's easier to dig a hole than to erect a pole. So they will take that and make it into a female sex organ. And the child develops later on, I'm saying a healthy development of health, later on, no, the hormones, this person should, it's more male than female. But the damage has happened. We are victimizing, I'm not quite sure it's South Africa, but we are allowing practicing doctors to butcher babies, intersex babies in South Africa. And my one question is this, Minister, what is government doing? Because as activists will say these things, maybe cannot reach you as a minister, but your PA must be actively involved there in the drafting of policies. Is the promotion of all genders in society? Because the ANC movement has done that, is doing that. But what's happening? And they come because Nisha still is a PC member. And we can PC member waiting to get a meeting in my other head, here is Isidima Collective, working on the statement of LGBTI deaths. That was a recommendation of the Eastern Cape Planning Commission. It's not being done. There are no neutral shelters, gender inclusive shelters. And people are being chased away from their home. People cannot inherit land. What is the Department of Traditional Affairs, Agri and Reform, Agriculture doing? Which is why according to a sexual diverse minority pilot things do not happen. Mine is, ministers, when you go back to those committees, and then when you go back, always remember that there must be here a sexual diverse person. Even they just come give a presentation, and are we meeting the community? Because you're knocking on doors. Condos that you might even have their numbers, you know. But when you my EPA, valid PA, I think arrange a meeting. So it's just that we must do better because the corner we are there, we must do better. So when you go back, Comrade Minister, babuze, because I'm going to raise it. Singa de ite nansika isi chile kwe mikasi because singa isuse masithanda. Watch mama win.
Thank you very much, comrades. Are there any other questions or inputs from the floor? Let's mark Kenguko. Dizawqala from Comrade Ayanda. Then after Comrade Ayanda, Comrade Vuyo, and then Comrade Sonjani, then Comrade Nyoka. Bambil. Yeah. Comrade Ayanda.
Enkosi kakhulu umhlali ngaphambili mphathi Theko kubaqulunqi benkqubo okanye umsitho ndizawuthanda ukuxolisa kakhulu ndizawuthetha ngelwimi lam lenkobe kuba kaloku eli lamarhaluka landichana lundichana kakhulu ndiyabawela ke kodwa ukwazi andanoba ndiza kuthi ukutenxa kancinci na okanye umbuzo wam awuzukunqala ngqo kodwa ndinombuzo othanda uba mnye othi ingaba sikulinganisela kangakanani ukubukulana nokubukulwa kwethu ukungcikiva nokucikidwa kwethu siyanyashwa amalungelo ethu mihla nezolo ingaba sikulinganisela kangakanani kwisebe lakwantsasana amapolisa na kwisebe lezempilo ngoba uyawuthi ubhambele ekliniki into yokuqala ubuyagula ube ubonakala ngaphandle lanto sithi nxa sisensitizer igender expression ezikolweni kuthiwe ulalwa ngemva umbuzo wokuqala ngumbuzo wokuqala ukungcika ivili ukugqibile wasithoba isidima sakho ndihambele emapoliseni ndiyokuvula ityala into yokuqala enza kuyibuzwa kutheni kwedini uzawuthetha olhlobo bekusaphose bakanti umuntu uthetha kanjani hayo into yazo leya izantwana lanto kuthiwa nguphiliso it has become a norm namhlanje into okungcikiva nokuhlukumezeka kwethu to such an extent that the abnormality yayo it has become the new normal ndifuna kubuza lo mbuzo basikulinganisela kangakanani na kwisebe lezoluleko lengqondo social development siye sichaneke kakhulu ndithanda into nyakomlethu sinase ukhona ungunehawu yo hayi andizuyikwazi kaloku yimovie sandiyazithanda abantu abayemovie ke ukumna kanti le nto ingusocial ithetha ntoni na ayithi thina sonke sisisintu siyinginqa sisisithile sisisixeko iquka umuntu wonke libhayi ndiye ukwaleka xa ndiza kuhlika ke mhlali ngemva bendibafana ba kule mihla esikuyo kwexesha lanamhlanje sabe kanti nokuqiqa kwethu kuyaba kanti kusemgangathweni omnye nobulumko babantu abasikhokhelayo bendibuqiqa bekuyaba kanti kukumgangatho omnye bobulumko babantu abasikhokhelayo Ndingethanda kakhulu ke pha kuye umphathiswa obekekileyo uStella Ndabeni Abrahams xa bethi behleli befuthelana bengabaphathiswa bahlabe bekhangele kumasebe onke abawakhokelayo. Yena yakhe indima inkulu kogqitha leya yaba yafuneke benzile ngoba yena funeke sasazile abelane ngolwazi lokufikelela kubantu abangaziyo namhla ngathi ngoba uphethe isebe lezokunxibelelwano. Ibuye iqale kwapha ngoba apha kubantu abasasazayo kwezinye izitishi singamkeleka singathathelwa ingqalelo kodwa sifuna ubona ngowethu naye sasaza pha simva simbona kumphako wakhe ke na ke lowo. Ze kuthi kumama unkosazana Dlamini Zuma ukho umkrwece pha kula department yakhe kwinkosi ezisaphetheyo mazibe kanti zihlaliswa phansi zisikrwece Andile Philiso. We go and sensitize them about the issue LGBTI. It is a sensitive issue and it regards into yoba kanti bona ba very well informed and sensitized about it. To create a safe and conducive environment awukwazi uchasela uxela ithamsanqa.
Sorry. Ndizawucela upase the sanitizer pha. We are still following COVID-19 regulations. Le izanayo kumhlwana. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Program Director, and greetings to everyone gathered here this afternoon. Ndibulise ngokukhethekileyo kumphathiswa kunye nathi namhlanje. Andile ibuhlungu kakhulu inhliziyo yam, especially when I see that flag. Ndiyavuya mphathiswa, you mentioned igama lika Anele from KZN. Uqalela ngoFebruary, there are more than 14 queer people that have died up in Mzansi Africa. Unfortunately, we do have one of our own up in Nelson Mandela Bay that died also, Ululu. And zonke ezi deaths, they are hate crime related. Ndizama ukuthi bendiyithembile iConstitution yoMzantsi Afrika. Ndizama ukusondela pha komuntu omele inehawu. Ndizama ukusondela nakuwe mphathiswa into yoba ngabana bendiyithembile iConstitution yoMzantsi Afrika. Ndisithi iyakundikhusela ekubulaweni nakusekudlwengulweni kwabantu abaqueer. Inyani lena as a lesbian person sitting here, xa ndigoduka ndingadlwengulwa ngenxa yokuba ndiphila ubomi bam. And it is different xa uyithetha isenzeka kuwe, the fear that every time you have to walk to the shop funeka ucinge kathathu wena, because being queer in South Africa is an extreme sport mphathiswa. Ndizama ukusondela kuwe ndithi khaya ukuthetha malunga nala hate crime bill. The discussion started in 2018 mphathiswa. The bodies are piling up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Mandibulise kumphathiswa kubantu abangandaziyo nonhlumelo sonjani. Incinci nje, I want to make a submission, particularly on the office ka Minister Stella. It's very strategic and relevant in terms of socialization. How a person grows up and get to be built into a person and learn the norms of the society and stereotypes. It is true socialization. And that department, through media, ETV is Nendoni, should play an important part in socialization. And media plays an important part in growing a person, in making a person to think what they think and react in how they react. Umzekelo sikhula sibukelo generations. Into ezenziwa ku-generations izinto esizithatha sizenze in the society. And so ndisondela kumphathiswa ndisithi ukubana media, I do not think that it is doing justice to the struggle of the LGBTQIA, especially TV. Because how we are socialized there, we are socialized in a heteronormative way. And nobody yandiva na. Sibukela umzekelo, there was this sikhula kwethu. There was this very scene isakhona namhlanje ithi leka ungamla ubhaqa usenzo was doing sex with uJason athi ithi nalanto yayithanda ukwenza ngimbhaqile uyabo, and that created an impression that this is not normal uyabo. Media ayisinikezi this perception that it should be done okanye this is the society that should be there. If it displays a story on homosexuality, it will display it as a ingaqhelekanga, and it will never be a norm in the society. It's that display ngola hlobo in media and social media. And so ndiyafuna ukuthi kumphathiswa i-submission, not even a question, a submission that the socialization in our media, it must change. It must stop being heteronormative. It must not be normal that every relationship in a soapy is going to be a heteronormative one. Because it displays a picture of what the LGBTQI community is doing is not normal. And so they submit a minister that through legislation or whatever, but through a department, it is very strategic to change the way we think, to change our norms. Because the struggle of the LGBTQIA plus andile, it can never be achieved outside of making sure that you break the mental slavery of stereotype. You can preach, you can cry, you can do what, but if we are taught as TV, with social media, that Maria udibana no Yosefu, then that is how it is. Whatever you come on, hence it becomes, by the way, as you grow old, you become more conservative. So it means that as kwabantu abadala ucimba uzokhombisa utamkhulu wami ba uJason udibana noSenzo, you can never do that because naturally you become conservative. So abantwana abakhulayo minister loqanduva lenu kulo department into yobana nithi make sure that what is displayed, the socialization which is displayed, not only LGBTQI issues, but it must not be stereotyped in any issues. Even in issues yokuphatha kwamanina mangaqhele kuba uCEO in a soapy ibe ngumuntu ongitata, because it displays into yokubana akaphathi umuntu ongumama. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Comrade Andile Philiso. Yazi ngingasho ukuthi uComrade Hlumelo kube iphuthu ukuthi kuqale ukukhulume yena before kuze kimi. Because since silida iward day 1 okuyile ward esikuyona ward 5, it's like i-thinking capacity yethu nama-views ethu 100% the same. Ngasho ukuthi lento ayenzile uHlumelo, it's 99.9% advanced plagiarism. Kodwa ke kwaSASCO sathi masifika basifundisa ukuthi mawuyinkokheli awubi captured 100%. I need to rephrase i-statement esikaHlumelo there. Ngikwazi ukucheck amakhoma ngoba ngi-edit then resubmit. So, I'm a comrade, I'm not a person who usually questions, and I'm not a person obelivela kakhulu ku rhetoric. I'm a person who always come up with recommendations and solution to a problem at hand. I will fully agree and concur with my coordinator, Comrade Hlumelo, when he said that Minister Stella is holding a very strategic department. And a department yakhe can play a very huge role to make a community be able to accept and treat the LGBTQI plus community like normal human being that they are. I'm not going to say good Babe recognized because we know that they are among us. They are there as the community. They are living with us. So they do not need any further recognition. What we need to influence is for them to be accepted and be treated like normal human beings and receive full rights and participation that each and every one of us gets. So I'll propose to Minister that all the radio stations, all the TV stations that are under the SAPC must have an initiative or an awareness campaign that will be able to influence the society and influence the South African community that the LGBTQ plus community are normal human beings and they have rights just like each and every one of us. And they must be respected and be accepted in the community. Secondly, I will come to the point that was raised by Comrade Hlumelo, lama telenovas or ama drama nama soapy that are broadcasted, especially on SABC. The content yawo must always make sure ukuthi i-LGBTQ plus community ayivezwa ngendlela yokuthi abantu abayi-reject. Ithi mangabe ivela isoapy or i-episode ekhuluma nge-LGBTQ plus community, ivele as if promoted to be accepted in community, ivele accepted in soapies, not ukuthi iba rejected. For an example, ukuthi uandile uzovezwa mhlambe udata noThobani bese ubaba kaThobani.
Cameraman, dicela focus the camera yakho. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Then ifamily kaComrade uThobani izobe seyisho ukuthi what is truly happening. Thobani, why are you dating uandile engumfana? Because I'm expecting wena ukuthi you are going to be my hair. So if you are dating uandile, you are a disgrace to my family. You need to move away because mina angeke ngikwazi ukuba nendodana eyistabana. So ama show akanjalo, I'm saying that minister, they must be forbidden with television. Kube ama show that are going to promote LGBTQI plus community to be accepted emphakathini. And also the office of Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, office lika Khokta can also play a very huge role by speaking with amakhosi, because amakhosi, they are very influential in society, and majority of people, when they dismiss or mock and disregard the LGBTQ plus community, they always refer that a tradition ayivumeli isituation ekanje. Therefore ngeke sibavumele labantu ukuthi ba existe bezofaka umoya ongcolile kuma communities ethu. So through your office and the office lika Minister uNkosazana Dlamini Zuma, you can play a very huge role to conscientize umphakathi through media, kuma soapy nama telenova adlalayo, nama awareness campaign, all radio stations and TV, and also amakhosi now to be able to accept and speak with the community to accept this type of people because they are one of ours. And also even a minister of basic education, no minister of higher education, because kuma tertiary institutions, nama high school and preschool, It's whereby majority of people are based. So if our principal, no vice chancellor and deans, they can be able to influence these things in institutions and in schools. Singakwazi ukuthi sibe ne South Africa better and LGBTQ plus community ibe acceptable, ibe free like normal human beings as all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrade. Ndicela nje ubuzo umbuzo omncinci. Is there anyone up on a driver's license that can drive? Ndicela if ukhona asondele kupha ku comrade Sweetness. Minister, I think most of the inputs that were here ngumphako, but I do want to give you that opportunity to make a response to the inputs and the questions that have been posed to yourself. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you to the comrades that have made inputs and those that asked questions. I just want to start by saying, there's a saying that says, until the lion writes its own story, the tale will always be told by the hunter. I'm listening to Abohlumelo and the previous speaker of how it's important that as the department we play that role, that indeed we will have to play through the public broadcaster of educating, entertaining and informing our people. Earlier on when I made my input in everything that I spoke about, I had said if we are saying we are law-abiding citizens, we respect the constitution that is there. We also have to acknowledge that therefore it means there's certain powers and authority that is given to different spaces. For example, the SABC does not produce content. We are not content developers. We are a platform that gets to commission content that has been approved and written from somewhere. So this is why I saw the need to as we know our experiences and everything, let us be the drivers and the writers of the messaging that we believe it is the right message. For as long as it's still told by people who make reference to others as sources, it's going to be the way it is. So as we complain indeed about generations and the introduction, of course, during that time, really is that we had a responsibility to acknowledge the cultural diversity of South Africa. Unfortunately, that there's certain things that we still frown against, including in the different tribes, not being a gender-based issue, but the way that you find that vendors do a particular tradition, like they kneel. You find that the women still kneel. We take offense on those, but unfortunately they do it proudly because it's part of their culture, which is why we always talk about the tolerance and recognition of the diversity of South Africa. So I'm emphasizing this because, again, earlier on I said, if we're going to leave this to government, we're not going to succeed in winning it. That's why I made reference to the adoption of the Freedom Charter, to the struggles that we have won, that were never led by government, that even though government had managed to manipulate the laws that they had, because they are terrorists, but they did not win because people were united, which is what we should strive for at all times. Yes, all the communication platforms should be doing the three things that I spoke about, the education, the entertainment, and the information part. But you've got to look at the fact that every action is informed by the battle of ideas. As we talk about this battle of ideas, what is it that you are fighting for right now? That's why I asked that question. What are we fighting against? Because should we just be united and we're not certain of who is the enemy, then you get messages as neyo. That's why it's important to speak on one voice. That's why I said, starting with the ANC, if we are saying we recognize everybody's right and equality in South Africa, we should be exemplary so that we can lead the society without leaving it to other platforms that we are not in charge of. We're not in charge of media. We're not media owners. Even the SABC that we're talking about, the constitution is very clear. You cannot interfere with the editorial of the public broadcast. But we can then make sure that we use the knowledge and the expertise that we have to write about what is happening in our communities in a manner that we deem fit, that it will change the narrative and, of course, the social stereotypes that we have in our communities, and that be broadcasted. SABC will never pull. If they've commissioned you, they can't dictate on what content you bring, as long as it's commissioned, as long as it's approved by the Film and Publications Board, in line again in terms of classification rules as we talk about the Constitution. So it's important that our struggle, comrades, look at the entire ecosystem. Yes, pain la, but how do we make sure that we can leverage on the other to make sure that we achieve this that we want to achieve? It becomes very important. I've had several people, including how broadcasters broadcast in terms of languages, but reality is that, as I said, there's a constitution, there are legislations that are in place that must be in line with the constitution, and therefore the regulation of what a station can play, again, it goes with the license conditions. Ukuba ngabumhlobo wenene has to broadcast in Xhosa and in a particular focus, they have to focus on that. Because should they not focus on that, again, the regulator can step in and withdraw their license. That's why I'm saying we are sitting here, we are informed, we know at first hand how it feels and what needs to be done. Let us be the ones that drive that transformation so that we bring everybody on board, people that must understand without hearing from other people, but people who must make people to understand the importance of saying, it is in your constitution. We are not asking you to do anything that is unconstitutional. It is in your constitution that abantu bayalingana. It is in your constitution that you recognize same-sex marriages, and therefore it cannot be correct ukubangaba we are not adhering to those. That becomes a collaborative effort that requires all of us. I want to emphasize that. That's why I spoke earlier of the need for a social compact, both from government, the private sector, and the community that must join hands. If you look at the established national task team, the one that President established, the National Task Team on Gender and Sexual Orientation-Based Violence, it goes on and on against perpetration of the LGBTQI community. It addresses these things. It's a multi-sectoral body that looks at saying what becomes a strategic plan. What is it that we need to do? Indeed, I mentioned earlier that the department responsible has therefore worked on the strategic plan. But now as we cascade that to say how does it find expression in the legislation, as we need to fast track the adoption and approval of the hate crimes bill. These are the elements that practically can find expression. But again, South Africa is a constitutional and very democratic country. Whilst you are trying to achieve this, there will be those that will oppose. Hence, I emphasize that we need to recognize the diversity that we have at home, in our country. If my own mother cannot accept that Umdanake is gay, it tells you of the difficulties because of the societal norms and the perceptions that are out there. That's why we need those that are enlightened, those that know. We need to join hands in order to raise that awareness for people to have an appreciation. Yes, at times, even on the telenova that we play, we showcase is the stigma because we are trying to break the ice. That's why when that happens on TV, I get calls non-stop. What's happened? Everything, people fighting. Why are you allowing Lamanyala Azovelo at TV? Why are you allowing Baba Tete Kanje? Because we react differently as the society, especially in South Africa, very diverse. So this dialogue helps us to say, how do we make sure that we bring on board, for example, the Christians that tend to believe what is son, mangaba gender or you're not one of the two. How do we take them back to understanding their environment and the God they claim to believe in? Because if you trust your God, then how do you think but you are saying how do we break those stereotypes? But we need to understand the environment that we are operating in, be appreciative of the challenges that we all face. Because as I said, all ministers, we know that, comrades, all ministers speak against the gender-based violence, including specifically the queer grouping. Oh, that's why we refer to the vulnerable groups, because again, Although we have changed now to say, let's be specific on it, because at some point we're like, Abantu must know we're just speaking against all these forms, but now with the emergence of this crime, hate crime, queer grouping, then we said, let's make it to be specific so that people know that as government, we are not in support, both at the ANC level and our government level. Yes, I fully agree with Sweetness that we really have to implement. That's why I spoke of the National Strategic Plan that is in place. I spoke of the work of the forum that was established. And as I said, Ingaki is the kind of democracy that we have, the system that we have. We've got to consult everyone. You've got to make sure that you achieve consensus majority, and then you can move forward. We have had lots of legislations that have been reversed by the courts. Do you recall when Parliament passed that, the one on abortion? Again, it was a nightmare in South Africa that these parliamentarians now, but the same thing when we went for the same-sex marriages. Again, because we are a government that has to respect everybody's view, but only emphasize as much as we respect your view, but it should not be at the expense of undermining the other's right, because all these rights are equal. So that issue of breaking the cultural stereotypes, comrades, is very important. And as I said, it requires us to work together, spread the message, starting from our homes. Because we can broadcast that on TV or on radio, and then people change channels and decide not to watch SABC. So as much as they play a leading role, but there's other things that we should look at to say, how will we going to be able to achieve this if we didn't have an SABC or whatever broadcaster that is there. But as I say that, not only at SABC, I am aware that in the broadcasting industry, in its entirety, even those that are on the pay TV, they are really trying to showcase, including the issue of women that are leaders in different companies. If you look at them, there's most of them, whether you go to generations, there are males, but you'll find Isidingo, there are females that are leading, because we're talking of a balance in society. If you go to pay TV, if you watch about Mzansi Magic, about the river, there's all of that where they've made it a norm to say we are this family, we've got to accept. And that's all part of contributing towards the nation building that I spoke about. The issue of the discrimination in terms of the buildings is a reality, comrades. The first thing that happened with me in Parliament when I arrived, of course, I was still a young person. I recall when I had to go and make a debate. We arrived, and then it was closer to the Youth Month debate. So when I had to go and make the debate, I'm wearing my shorts, I'm hip and happening, my shorts and heels, and the first thing I was told that I'm not going to get into the podium. I had to be still. Why? No, because you can't be dressed like this in Parliament. And this is my comfort, this is my style and all that. But of course, you have to have an appreciation of the environment that you operate in and be able to then to adapt to certain things whilst you're trying to conform certain things. I complain every day about the toilets. When you are complaining, they're only accommodating the two genders in terms of the male and female. Go to Parliament where in Kaufman is too far. But as a matter of because they never foresee a situation Parliament. And therefore, this is the tolerance that I'm talking about, whilst we're trying to push, because these are existing buildings with infrastructure that is there. But how do you push to say, you have passed this legislation? Therefore, you've got to make sure that in your infrastructure planning, it has to find expression, because if you exclude it there, therefore you are not doing well. And this is something that we're trying to address. Hence, I made an example, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the realities. That's why I said that raising of public awareness to say this is the reality, then everybody will get used to it. It means and all of that. Of course, comrades, the issue of the police and health, that our people always experience discrimination. It's a burning issue. Fortunately, we have the union leaders here, we have Nahau here, because indeed it is the workers that get to attend to people, whether it's police station, whether it's health, or in my department, or at SABC, or anywhere else. It is workers that do that. That's why, again, I emphasize the need for that social compact, that we should be able to come up with a clear action plan to say, we commit, as we are in alliance with the governing party, we commit to make sure that these laws that have been passed, in our constituency, that they find expression. Because we may be talking about it as executive authorities or as ministers, but it has to find expression at the workers' level where things happen. We have lots of okay. I heard uLenke sithi hayi ke mayiqale pha kun aske sive kusasaza Nkosi yam our queer members. I have lots of them, Shem. They have lots of them. That one I can guarantee. Whether it's on radio, whether it's on TV, we have lots. That's why we're not shy to talk about it. That's why we are saying we are a family, because to us it's not important that you are gay or whatever. We treat each other as workers, as colleagues, and as everything. But there are lots of people who are living their lives like that. But at the center of this conference, as I conclude these responses, other questions and other inputs, actually most of them were inputs in relation to the traditional affairs and others, I will take, of course, on board and share with the colleagues. But at the center of it is to say, out of this meeting that we have today, what's going to be our action plan? Then we rally everybody behind that action plan, that we, as I said, the fight against the scourge comes in three camps: me, you, and us. I said then it's I, it's we, it's you. So we've got to take it at that level. That is how we managed to defeat the apartheid system. It became people's liberation, people's struggle, not a particular class that had to drive it. If we approach it like that, to say, even if I go to church, we are not going to allow a scripture that will break or discriminate against my brother and my sister. It starts there. Whether I'm at school, whether I'm at work, or wherever, it starts there. How do we then make sure that we break those stereotypes? I want to thank you, comrades. And as I said, it has been a very informative session. And of course, the inputs were empowering, and indeed, that goes in Zawambanai. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the input and the presentation. My comrade, I would ask, because of time, that when we do our inputs and questions, sizame ukuya straight to the point. Ne? We are now going to come to our guest speaker, Inyamazana, in the true sense of it, especially in the context of the PYA and in the agenda of young people, especially in the metro. I'm going to call upon a district executive committee member in the Mbuniselo Gwenda district, a COSATU PEC member in the Eastern Cape, and the provincial deputy secretary of Nehau, uComrade, uSweetness, bathi kabamaziyo kuKilimanjaro. Sizawuhlabela ikwitsho asondele uComrade Sweetness ezawuthetha nathi about the role of young people in underprivileged communities. Silele. Masilungeni, my comrade. Let's masilungeni. Sicela. Cha, ngabafuni.
Mandla. Awethu. Siyaziqenya ngobutabane bethu. Haso siyaphela amandla.
Siyaziqenya ngobutabane bethu. Asose aphela amandla. Asose aphela. Asose Asose aphela amandla. Asose aphela. Asose Asose aphela amandla. Siyazi ose asose lamandla.
Mandla. Awethu. Phambili ngobutabane phambili. Good afternoon, comrades. My name is Busiswa Sweetness Tokwe. Nam ndibelonga pha ku-A. But I love people and human beings. And I don't even want to say we support. You are us, we are you. We are equal. Ndagqibelisa ke ace ingu-LGB. Bensando-educatwa ngabantwana bamba, late. So much that I'm like, hi, comrades really were being ignorant on other issues. Because I'm still learning what other abbreviations are standing for. But we're educating ourselves, comrades, because as leaders we've got a responsibility to lead by example. The last time I attended the PYA program, I think it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I was with my kids because most of the time I'm always away from home. And my 4-year-old, I think 2 days after the program, I was saying to him, I don't know what he was doing, I was saying, hi ndoda. He said, Andi ndoda, mna ndingumntana. And I'm like, I usually call him undoda. And I was like, where does this come from? And I was so surprised that my kids were listening when the speakers were speaking here, because they were saying that you cannot decide that kids must wear pink because they are girls. You don't decide that boys must wear blue because, and all those things. And as days goes by, they were speaking about the debate we're having here. So I'm just saying that it goes back to what Andile was saying, that it starts at home. It starts in our churches. We need to, the manner, the way you have challenged the space within the ANC, you need to do that also with churches. Abefundisi must stop to think that you are not God's will if you are gay or if you are lesbian. The struggle is real, comrades. You really need to be strong. I know that I am straight. I know that I am a tomboy because I grew up in a house full of boys. I love boys, and I know that most of people don't like when I say that. I just love boys. So people will always say that, when I watch Jikapa, people say, Jikapi? What Jikapa when? P? And as a going, like, you could see that when I got married, people were like, we thought we will never get married. As if gay people cannot get married, as if lesbian people cannot get married. So we really need to correct the perception that is out there in our societies. I know again that it does not only end with you students, our brothers and sisters in the society, in the workplace, Eugene. The struggle is real. You will have someone who will be victimized or undermined. They have qualifications and everything just because of their sexuality. They don't get a position, or they are not allocated certain work because being gay is viewed as if that you are not man enough, you are not strong enough. So as Neha, we support these programs because we understand that our own members are subjected to the same victimization. Our members are subjected to the same humiliation, whereby in a meeting where management is addressing workers, and you will observe that when people are raising their hands to raise issues, they will be deliberately ignored because people get pissed off about how you dress, people get pissed off how you speak. And as COSATU, I know that we've got a position. There are even policies of gender. We are clear that we are equal and we need to fight. And it starts with us as leaders. There's a speaker who spoke here, and I always say that you don't need exception or acceptance from anyone. That you need to move away from that thinking. You are you, whether people like it or not. Now I know that I'm sweetness, I'm straight, but I know that there are people who don't like me. So it's not something new that people will be judgmental. People are judgmental even if you are straight, even if you are whatever, you are Christian, people will always have an opinion, and those opinions should not define you. So as a youth of today, Tina, we are here to say that we support you. Because during your era, because this thing is not starting now, it has been there. But the previous generation, because of being suppressed, because of victimization, because of being humiliated, they opted to die in silence. And as our generation, we are saying that we are supporting you because during your era, you said not in our era. We exist. You are not gonna act as if that the room is dark when we are here. I love the bright colors. No one can claim that they don't see these colors. The colors you have chosen to be your logo, no one can claim that they cannot acknowledge that there are beautiful colors there. So I'm just saying that during your era, you must continue with this struggle. Your names must be written in the book of the history of this country. That kwakuko Oyuchi, kwakuko Ayanda, kwakuko Andile, Oniki, who started this and who fought. Already your names are written, comrades. The fact that in the ANC there is a desk that was launched in 2018, you have registered it. And don't fool yourselves and think that after you have done that, people are going to be happy and accept, because there are people who are not even happy. The fact that you had to fight, because it's not like people did not acknowledge or know that you are there. They knew, but even then you had to fight. So you must understand that aluta continue. I can commit here that, as I've said, we've got members also who belong to the community. We must continue to have joint programs. We also have a responsibility as trade unions to invite you to our programs so that the colleagues can understand that there is nothing wrong with people choosing their sexuality. I had a conversation with my colleague yesterday, and he was, I don't know what he was saying, I was not even listening to him up until he spoke about gays, and I was like, what did you say? And he's like, Shini, Landwana Leah, and I'm like, I be gay. I don't have a problem with that. But because there's nothing wrong, comrade. If our phone was good, I'm not interested. Why are you taking offense when people are interested in you? Every day. We say that no, we're not interested. You know? So I don't understand even this thing when people show that they've got an interest on you, you must take offense and feel like you need to show them a lesson and prove a point. So I'm just saying that if struggle say no real. I know I get that majority of students are say MMU, that's my P college and EMC. Some of them are coming from rural areas. You also have a role to play. We know that you come here, you get out of the closet, you are fine, we are fine with you, but when you go back home, you go back. Because of what has been mentioned here, goes. Yeah, about the mentality that is there, you need to stand firm and be consistent about who you are. You should, you see, the first speaker spoke about pride. You cannot have pride when you're not proud. You can't have pride when you are not proud. So it starts there. When you go back, because mna ndiyayibona le nto imani ngathi ngoku no into yezitabane le kwathini. You know, we've got otata becawa. Otata becawa, when they are here in the townships, they are here in PE, they didn't want us to speak about this, but they are so quick to be judgmental. When they are here in PE and UTNAP, because they are lights, no offense to anyone or khonza isindisweni. So when they go and preach ebantwini about ningenza amasiko nithini, go back emakhaya benze lando. So I'm just saying that Tina is this generation, we must break that chain. When we go back emakhaya, it's elusikisiki. You must know that you are this person. You are one generation that is gonna save the generation after you from the humiliation. We know that it is not nice. It is not nice. I was at pains when we attended March Lulu, when we were outside a court in Utnik. And I was at pains because I'm a leader, and people were saying that even Sipana, I can have piles. I know that I've got a sister. She's straight, she's married, and she's suffering from piles now, and then she must go for an operation. Like, piles are not associated with being gay or lesbian. It's like, it has nothing to do with that. Yeah? So I was so at pains. That's why I feel like we need to participate as Nihao, because seemingly we also have a role to educate our members, because seemingly ignorance is there. So as leaders, we need to be seen participating in this program. People who look up to us, they must understand that people are human. People are equal. No one deserves to die. No one deserves to die. So we've got a responsibility. Unyanisile Minister Ndaiteta, because we know how fortunately we're biggest union. But we can do that with them. The employer must be here next to us, because the employer are the first one who are victimizing people who have a choice, who have decided that they want to be this sexuality, whether to be gay or lesbian. We are not running away from the fact that our people, remember, they are not just workers and members of Nihao. Before they become members of Nihao, they belong to the society. A society that has this view. So it's not going to automatically change when you become a member of Nihao, then you are fine. Let us work together. The efforts that we've seen whereby there are adverts in SABC of how we must wash hands, how we must sanitize. We need to see such adverts from SABC. We need to see such adverts whereby ezawungena ebambe izandla uAyanda beke advert nanke yapha uAndile okanye noAyanda bebambene izandla umakhulu athi hey uhamba nabantu hamba nomakoti ancuma umakhulu, so that umakhulu emakhaya but there is nothing wrong with that. So that because we are sending a message now, because how our people are thinking, it's informal about what is being communicated to them on a daily basis. So it's something that we need to do together and correct the society. We've got a responsibility as key stakeholders. So it cannot be that we think that you can do it in your corners, you can do it in your corners. Let us all together, because in reality is that all these departments that has been mentioned here, there was a painful issue here where people, your parents, immediately when you reveal to them that you are lesbian, they will chase you out. There is no place of safety where gays can go. Because you go to this center, already the form is indicating, you should indicate whether you are gay, you are female, or you are male. And the moment you do that, I know the stigma. They will just say, no, stand there, gossip now, and you'll be chased away. And some of our brothers and sisters, they don't even get killed or raped. They end up committing suicide because of the rejection from the society. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. You need to be proud of yourself as this generation. You have taken a bold decision. The fact that you are acknowledged. Tina Kesihle, I know that we are in support of them, because we relate to the struggles. As women it is not easy to be a woman that is vocal. It is not easy because we get to be labeled. So Tina, for us, it's not just Jane Obana. We appreciate Kuba, you can speak like me or dress like me because we understand. We understand the journey that you are in. We understand that when you get to be vocal, you will be associated as if that you've got a handler. Like when you program, you see Tibana, you must learn the organization, you do everything that they said you must do. I get where I'll go ready. So the struggle is real. We need to stick together out there. We need to stick together and stop being judgmental because we can be judgmental amongst ourselves. Amongst ourselves, we can be judgmental. Whereby females who are straight will say, hey, I said, it's those small comments that grows to hate. So I'm saying, and I'm challenging you, Nelson Mandela, let us move away from this boardroom. Let us go in the location where people are. Because the reality is that not everyone is equipped. You've got people who does not judge, but also who does not understand. And if you've got people who does not have a problem with you, but does not understand you, chances are that when someone who's judgmental to you, they will listen to them. So you need to be the voice there that goes and clarify the wrong perception that is there. So young people, now I'm proud of you. And let us say, comrades, also, EANC has indeed proven again that it is a leader of society. Because I think that it is the only organization that has given a space with all the faults that the African National Congress has indeed proved that it has not moved away from its founding principle that it is a leader of the society. Because as a new organization, they only go to a march, but by support. But you go back to their organization, there is nothing that talks to that. There is no policy, there is no space, there is no committee. So I'm saying, comrades, that as young people, we've got the responsibility to educate. You know, what I've established now is that they are more understanding. They are more understanding, I have seen now, they are more understanding. So Tina, as Abandabacha, let us continue, comrades. Let us continue to be there for each other. I know that at times in our corners it might be difficult. It must not be difficult, Ayana, for your fellow brother or sister to pick up a phone. Because Nalandoka Facebook, comrades, as much as in a positives, but there are negatives. Where you see, even if Andy does not mention me, this post talks to me. Let us be a safe space for each other. I like about Andy, they are brave, Andy, unstoppable. He has been dealt with leadership, but he remained disciplined. And I like that there are different characters. There is that one who continues. So you must look up to them. When they are where they are, because that one is a National Trust Team member in Youth League. And is a member. We are SACP. So when they look back, comrades, mabali vifuteleni. Mabali vifuteleni. Kungathi about Eugene, we don't even know this constituency that she is loud about. When there is an action, makabane pakamani. We are not promising but also tap on us. We'll support. Because it's a genuine struggle, comrades. You cannot be crucified because you were born like this. It can't be correct. Masikaleni phezu caweni maqabani xa kuyotywa umthele kuthiwa baphakama nabangomama uhambe andile yomapha. Uhambe yomapha. Because that's how you identify yourself. Sikhala bawuzaba naso isibindi na utata umfundisi ame pha egongeni. okanye xa uyokolekisha i-collection okanye uyokolekishwa imali yomnikelo phecaweni uthi hayi andinayo. Xa kubuzwa why uthi no because I'm gay. Mayihambe iye la report pha ubizwe pha ecaweni ngabantu abakhulu kuthiwa you are saying that you are not gonna give izishumi because you are saying that you are gay. Because comrades, if we do not speak, who's gonna speak on our behalf? Who's gonna speak on our behalf? So I don't want, maybe in another space with the minister, because I've noted a lot of things, but this is not a political decision. There are things that I would want to respond, but I said that let me come here and speak about, because there is a lot, comrades, to talk about when it comes to your struggle. There is a lot. So we are saying that in institutions of higher learning, that's where we've seen that comrades are really taking the struggle on. Let us take it back to the society, because that is where it is. And it must not be Ayanda in the ANC, Kaksas, Wabo, Ayanda, gay. And then comrades of the ANC are only comfortable with Ayanda. Other gays, they've got an attitude. You must take offense. Because that is what is happening out there. They will be like, Siamazo Andile is gay. We are comfortable with Andile. Then when it comes to another one, the stigma comes back. We must not be comfortable, because it means that they are tolerating you. Even yourself, they are not accepted if they can only be able to accept you. But when it comes to others, they've got a problem. I hear your minister, the Bakora Basasa and all that stuff. But in reality, comrades, also means and others, they are doing the work. They are doing the work. So means they are present. So means not to say that he's gonna speak there, because my husband is a similar because you can bring characters and everything. So also means when he is brought by SAPC to do a certain thing, okay, by ANC, also means it's not necessary to say that Ndobana Usomizi is there to preach and educate. And that is very funny, because other Somis are welcome with warm hands. About Somis. People are so quick to be so lovey-dovey and appreciate Umohale and Somis. But when it comes to this here in the society, in the community, they've got a different view. There are people who do not miss Shoka Somis in the reality show, but they've got a problem with gay people in our own communities. So hence I'm saying that it starts with us also as leaders, because I was so angry when Andile shared something where a lady who is a pastor, who is followed by many people, said, I don't even want to repeat that. I was so angry when people who are in position of power, when people who are in position of leadership, who've got many followers, can be judgmental, can be so judgmental. Because my comrades, I don't know the last time I went to church. I don't want to lie. The struggle that you have brought, comrades, you have made me to wake up. I even have a problem and want to know who wrote the Bible. But that was someone's view. That was someone's opinion. You see, I've got issues, comrades. Like you have awakened the giant in us. You have opened us to many things, because at the younger age we have been fed nonsense. We have been fed nonsense. So comrades, I'm just saying that Aluta must continue. We are with you. We're not supporting you. Supporting is another thing. We are with you. Today we might plan to take 5 steps, but we may not be able to because of the challenges. We might take 2 steps, but let us not give up. Let us wake up tomorrow and soldier on. The mark that was made, you can't begin to say that weak, okanye anyone was associated with weak, kuba uyigay kuthiwa awuzenzi intombazana weak. That is wrong. If I don't tell you strong namandla endoda, wrong land. Why is strength associated nabantu abangamadoda? Because Umama Winnie Mandela, my role model, guys, that woman, that's another thing. Kandi Tenga, how she has contributed to the struggle of this country. I get emotional. That woman carried on when Umyeni wake was locked. Those are the people that we should look at and get strength from. The husband was not there for 27 years. Abantwana bakhe at times, she did not know where they were, but she continued. That should tell you about the strength somuntu obhinqileyo. They continued, abamama comrades. It's a pity that today, when we speak about them, we must refuse to be given a glimpse of what they have contributed. We must continue to speak about them. That woman is a president, a female president. We were robbed in this country. Umama Mandela fought. And what I like about Umama Mandela, even after 1994, her posture did not change. Because you cannot act as if that there are things that did not happen. Her posture did not change. That's why she remained unpopular in the Congress movement. So we cannot, comrades, continue speaking about Obama Winnie Mandela. At some stage, the generations after us must speak about us. There can be no vacuum. Each generation has its leaders. The generation of 1976, they did their role. What are we doing, Tina? We must be remembered for such struggle that we are doing. When government is not doing enough, we must not say we are waiting for government to do enough. We must go there. Comrades were being forced as a use of this the generation, Sihle, were being forced to be amapara. We are forced to go and take it because we are not being given. We are forced to go, comrades, but we are impatient generation. Because we can see, comrades, we are not represented. There is no one from your community that is there to articulate your challenges. That's why you can never have any policy in government that is going to talk to you and your frustration and your humiliation, because no one is there to voice out. So we are just saying that, comrades, we are wishing that this program will continue to its conclusion and its operations will be successful and will inform a way forward. And we are committing that going forward, we will be here. It's a pity that, comrades, there is COVID. I know that there are a lot of members, not only of NIAHAU, even from other unions, who are gays, who are lesbian, who wanted to attend, but because we were informed by the organizers that the numbers will be 50, will be not more than 50 as per the regulations. Enkosi Maqabane, amandla.
Unity, 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 Maqabane, kusondele ixesha. Ixesha li-unity, unity. Unity, kusondele ixesha. Ixesha lisondele unity. Unity, Maqabane, kusondele ixesha. Ixesha amandla. Kawethu, my comrade, ixesha apha liyasibetha. Siqale late ke nathi. So nathi silibethile ixesha. I'm going to introduce the second guest speaker. Iqabane esilaziyo kakhulu, especially in the struggle of LGBTQI people, particularly those that are disadvantaged, particularly those that took a decision, because as sifika ku institutions of higher learning, sifika kusenziwa abanye abantu esingengabo. But Elikada, Lema, when it was not even fashionable to be gay in the student congress, by the way, Wema, with no support, no organized LGBTQI caucus, but Wema. I'm introducing Apa, my comrade, a former COSAS chairperson in the Mpumalanga province, a district treasurer of the Young Communist League in Philip Khatebe district, an NEC of SASCO, the provincial convener of Embrace Diversity in Mpumalanga Province, most recently an NYTT member and National Working Committee member, by the way, of the ANC Youth League nationally. Comrades, this is Sakuni, comrade Eugene. Iyo twehlale ehlathini, 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 iyo twehlale ehlathini.
Amandla, Amandla, viva Sasko, 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 viva, viva Kosas, 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 viva, viva the ANC Women's League, viva, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Long live the undying spirit of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Chris Hani, long live. We are the LGBTQI community and we are proud. We are queer and we are proud. Uzoyithola kanjani? Uhlele ekhoneni. Thank you very much, comrades. Comrade Program Director, Comrade Andile, recently known now as Intwana Yam, for whatever reasons. Kuthiwa uyintwana yami ke sweetness. I don't know what informs that. Ndingumkhulu. Let me recognize, of course, Comrade Sweetness, the Provincial Deputy Secretary of Nahau, whom I will tell you, comrades, publicly today that I was amongst the first people to celebrate when she was elected in the Provincial Conference of Nahau in the Eastern Cape province. Indeed, Eastern Cape has proven to be the province of legends because they did what no other province has done. In the officials, you have got 3 women. Not just women, but capacitated women leading strategic positions. It is the first step towards the change. Through hybrid, let me acknowledge the Minister of Communication, Minister Stella Ndabeni Abrams. In absentia, the leadership of the Women's League in the region, they were here. The leadership of the Young Women's Desk of the ANC Women's League, the LGBTQI desk, the leadership of the Embraced Diverse Political Movement, and the most important people, members of our glorious movement, is Tabane Zimbuto. Amandla. Comrades, as introduced, I'm Eugene Manana, and my preferred pronoun is he, and I am proudly gay. It is very difficult to be a gay man in politics because politics on its own is a very toxic space. Regardless of your gender, sexual orientation, and how you identify yourself, it is a very toxic space. As an NEC member of SASCO, I am leading one of the most homophobic organizations, SASCO. The very same colleagues that I serve with, both in the 20th and the 21st NEC, are very much homophobic towards our community. To a point where what Comrade Sweetness have said, that they would say they are very much comfortable with Eugene as their colleague, but they are not comfortable with other core members. And you can't divorce me from my society. I am you and you are me. And it becomes hypocritical of Eugene to be silent when you are being oppressed in my presence. Because we have got those who are patriarchal princesses and those who are benefiting from the oppression of others. Kuzawuthiwa sonyula uEugene cha, and we have covered the LGBTQI community. It is not about me. And it should not be a situation where we talk about gay people in the African National Congress or the Mass Democratic Movement. We only speak about Eugene. And it's wrong, comrades, to even start using this thing of I become very angry, comrades, witness, when I'm being addressed as the first gay NEC member. Who told you that all those who led are straight? Because I am a proud person who does not believe, gay comrades, in coming out. What is that? What are we coming out from? Of. Why should I come out to say, Mama, no baba mina ngu Eugene gay? My siblings did not sit my parents down and told them that they were straight. Uzazibonela nawe njengomzali ukuthi kwenzakalani. Angizokuhlalisa phansi. Our organization is as toxic as it can be. And I want us to understand, comrades, that we meet today on the 26th of June. 66 years after the Freedom Charter was drafted, we are still fighting for expression in this country. Under the banner of the African National Congress that claims to be a non-sexist movement. And we must be very vigilant of leaders who become our allies when they want us to vote for them. And when they want podium. Our struggle is not for population and for being celebrities. The only time we are going to see senior politicians speaking our language, it is towards elections. Because we must rally and lobby our society. Make no mistake, Until in Kimberley, when the desk, was it Kimberley? It was launched. Don't think that the ANC was accepting us. They were putting us in a box and say, stay there in that desk. Zabalazani lapho. And I am going to tell you, comrades, iqiniso elingathandwa ngumuntu. Go to your branches of the ANC and the ANC Youth League and the Women's League and be active there. Because in the Youth League are called desk that will speak for you. Be members. Speak for yourselves. In the Young Women's Desk, you are being put in a box because you are told you are young, wear black and your books. Don't contest us badala thina kule Women's League. Ningas contest. And we have gladly accepted it. And we are saying they have given us a role to lead a subcommittee. We must be clear in the Women's League. If the Constitution says that before you contest or you lead, you must blouse, go and blouse and contest abantu abadala. The next national conference of the Women's League is sitting, comrades. You will be shocked that the Young Women's Desk will not be supporting any young women to serve in the top 5, but will be supporting old women. When do you become young women activists? Can't you know on and off land? The MGC of the ANC is true. The policies of the ANC are very silent about our community. But it is going to be us who are defending. We are the first people to defend those NEC members of the ANC who are very homophobic in their nature and approach. Technology. And we must tell them that our support is conditional. Is conditional. A great leader of the ANC said,
If the ANC government does to you what the apartheid government did, do to the ANC government what you did to the apartheid government. Perhaps we must tell the ANC that if you reject us, we will reject you. And I don't support the view, or I'm opening a discussion, that this thing of us being called a minority group is wrong. Hey, comrades, we are not a minority group. We are in majority. We are in majority. If we can become organized in the top 5, top 6 of every structure, you will find people who are sexually fluid, leading without having to explain who they sleep with. Because the ANC does not have leaders, it has a lot of sex auditors. Sex auditors. Immediately when a woman is available, there's a man behind her. As if you don't have ambitions. When we speak, we want to know the handler. Comrade, you don't need to have handlers. You are handlers yourselves. The transformation within our organization is going to take a long time. But every day we need to leave a mark. In the NYTT that I'm serving in, I am labeled as one of the most controversial comrades. Because I will tell you the truth when it is not the time to speak the truth. The subcommittees that we are given, comrades, witness, let's also remember, they use even this very annoying voice, soft voice. No, comrades, we must remember that there's the LGBTQI community. We must not forget them, our comrades. Why are we being felt pity for? As if I can't be deployed in a subcommittee for the fact that I am Comrade Eugene, regardless of my sexuality. It's even incorrect that all the programs of the Pride Month or things that have to do with gender must be addressed by Eugene because Eugene is gay. Where are they? And they are available to lead us. They are contesting positions. Speak our issues. Let us hear you. What is your stance on the queer society? I was amongst the first people who said, I don't enter in the royal battles of KwaZulu-Natal because I'm not even royal. But when the king apparent spoke, Mrs. Zulu, my first concern was that at this juncture, we will have a king who will not speak about the queer community, but is going to be speaking about a polygamy. Really? Then it means that KwaZulu, there's a lot of problems there. Our participation within the MDM structures must be clear, comrades. We must take a stance. Utu comrades witness guessing Gamapara. And I have adopted that thing. I'm going back to it with it to Pumalanga. I came here in Eastern Cape a good young man. I'm going back in Dilipara. I'm going to take what belongs to me. Singamapara. This mic is very, very selective. Singamapara. Siyozithathela, comrades. I want also, comrades, to make you understand that the system is very oppressive. Comrades Witness did touch on this matter, and I want us to look at it very carefully. Don't think that they are going to be open-minded towards us and not discriminative when ourselves we are divided. when ourselves were divided. There's a huge competition amongst the Kuaputi. I do not know what's going on. Yet we want to be taken serious by society. If today this was a conference of the LGBTQ desk, I could again here. Because they were going to say, why auntie? Why him? He's not gay enough. Look at his nails. He does not have the weave, Moss. And the struggles are the same, comrades. They are the same. If you are a queer person living in Johannesburg, you are suffering from the same stigmatization that I am suffering in Mpumalanga, in Kapogweni, living in a tribal authority community. Comrades, Mina, I want to tell you, I am going to be your next Winnie Mandela, Shem. Now I go to Umemo. We are a Swati community. I go to Umemo wearing my book. And kuthungelwe induna. Kuthiwa hambani yokhuluma nalo mfana. Akhiphe le mvula ifake enhloko. Then I respond. Angithi I live ngaphansi kobukhosi. Ngithi phela nami ngiyayikhipha intela yasebukhosini. It's unfortunate that into yonduna icontestwa ke. I was going to avail myself for that thing. Why policies of schools are not transforming? It's because we are not even in the SGPs. When we are our own guidance to our own siblings. Government ke akadinga ube biological parent to serve in the SGP. Be a guardian, uthathe i-birth certificate yomntwana uthi lo owasekhaya ngizocontesta lento ye-SGP. Contest everything. And transform the policies. Till today, the ministers that we have, I do not know what they do in parliament and in their cabinet meetings. But they are failing to change a mere documentation of government where we must fill in whether we are female or male. What is that? If I don't identify as male, what must happen? What must I tick there? I don't identify as male and I don't identify as female. And by the way, this terminology is wrong. This thing of male and female, we are men and women. Because when you speak about a female, you could be speaking about an animal. And we are subjecting us just because of our reproductive systems. That's why I don't support this concept that says the first female president. The first Ntonton, first whatnot. We are the generation that is not going to be the first. We are going to be within. Because even selling out is amongst ourselves. Hypocritism is amongst ourselves. How many queer people have been killed today, not because they are queer, but they received rejection from ourselves, and in some cases you find that it was us who handed them over to the enemy. If you follow the stories very well, you find that in that circle there was another queer person. Because the discussion, when you heard it being talked about, what did you do? When they said, akakwazi ukuba lesbian, namhlanje somkhombisa ukuthanda abafana. Simvisele. And we laugh. And we say it's fine. Then we come here and make fancy speeches. When we were the ones who were silent when it happened. Corrective rape does not happen when penetration is. Corrective rape starts when they speak and say, look at, made you feel uncomfortable. They have already raped you because you are uncomfortable.
And we were very comfortable, Tina, with allowing that to happen. So we need to be very much organized as a community and as a society. We are proud to sing songs of 10%, 50%, 40%. It's fine, comrades. Let's sing those songs of 40% that we want. We have seen it get in our student leaders when we said we want young people to be in parliament. Wasihlolelwa African National Congress, wathathi celebrities ezikwazi ukuphosa during a strike, zabafaka parliament. We got what we wanted. We said we want student activists, and it. When they got there, they became parliamentarians. They forgot that. Why are they there? It is them, in fact, who are going to say, hey, comrades, it's the policy. There's nothing we can do. It's the system. But we were with them during fees must fall, saying the system must fall. But today, but you can't blame Minister Blade, comrades, really. There's nothing he can do. Even now, we are saying we want poor people in parliament. Let me tell you what is going to happen. You are going to get poor people in parliament. When Eugene gets there, I'm going to be told that that is unparliamentary. Eugene. Is our caucus here ANC, when it sits, they will not even put me in the list of speakers. Because in parliament, you don't just stand up, okay, and speak. The caucus must sit first and decide who speaks. Not so long ago, parliament was having a youth parliament. All the speakers that were speaking in youth parliament are above 35. Speaking on issues of young people. And we celebrated and we clapped hands. There is no young person that is in parliament that is going to tell us that they are there because of our struggles. We are in a gathering of the ANC. That is why I'm comfortable with saying this. Till today, the ANC recognizes Fikile Mbalula as a young person. Till today. That young person, okay, of course, Shem. You know, his actions there on social media, young Shem. He's not a minister, really. We become shocked. He does not deserve the internet, Kelo. But we celebrate it. We must be firm, comrades. When we are having a program of young people and the ANC sends us an old person to address us, we must say we are not going to be addressed by that one. We must not allow ourselves to be addressed by homophobic leaders. We must not allow ourselves to be addressed by rapists within the organization. And when they come back, they are going to say, no, they are rehabilitalized. What is that word? Rehabilitalization, whatever, rehabil, what? The mere factor is that that person raped and assaulted. We can't erase it. As I conclude, comrades, I just want to put emphasis, comrades, witness. I'm smuggling, I'm abusing you, Chair. Allow me to molest you. Because I had my own questions to the minister. Now I'm smuggling my views. It's incorrect for us to think that the SABC does not control what kind of content comes and becomes broadcasted. Because the SABC and the film, what is that thing? Publication board were the first people to pull out that a movie in Inxeba. They were the first saying that it is uncultural in terms of our Xhosa nation. What is being done there? Why did they not allow it to take place so that a discussion is being had? Because they failed to capture what was being said there. It was not about who sleeps with who. It was about the fact that young men are being molested in those mountains by traditional leaders. Why are we having a government that is uncomfortable with speaking to correct issues? Minister of Police is very, very much popular when it comes to issues of alcohol. I get shame, Tina, we consume alcohol. We are going to consume alcohol, Tina. As long as we are still living in society with thugs and rapists roaming around our streets, we must roam around the streets with our savannas. As in that we are dealing with don't need us to be sober. You can't arrest me for drinking alcohol when you are not arresting when I'm telling you that I was molested by this man. There's a board, forgive me, there's a board that deals with churches now. This one that is busy with fake counsel, no. That one that is busy with fake pastors. CRL, what. They are not dealing with the most important issues there. These things of fake pastors, we go there willingly. The pastor has a snake, says I must eat it, I do it willingly. Leave that one. Why are we not speaking about pastors who are sexually molesting men and young boys in the church? Why? I belong to a Zion church. When I came out to my archbishop, he said to me, "We love you, God bless you, but what you must know is that there is no church that is going to preside over a man and another man getting married. Not this church." Another fellow queer person in the church, because getting out keshem. When shall we step uzobona uthi less. Yabon. When that leader said to me, "I'm leaving the church," I said, "Why?" He said to me, "No, they literally told me that I'm not welcomed." I said, "Okay, before you leave, okay, I'm going to live with you, but before you leave, let's go to Easter service, me and you." When we get to Easter service, and that I'm concluding, I get church, the mic is given to anyone after the 7 words. Take that mic. On that day, please help me dye your hair, let it be blonde. On that, and it we are leaving. Yeah, when we leave, we want to leave a mark. We are leaving the church. Greet all of those pastors there in the presidium and say, "I accept the fact that you are saying I must leave the church. But before I leave, ndicela uhamba nomfundisi usibani nozibani because I go the boyfriends zam ezi. I am not living alone. Efake ikhololo yakhe nekhasok yakhe, hayi ngumuntu wami, shem. Sikwi-polygamy noma mfundisi Jayfro. So we need to be rude and we need to be very jealous with our struggle. It is not going to be given to us. We must take it, comrades. We must take it. I ke le COVID ke program director. Ntwana yam. Government angabi ke bias ke into COVID. We saw the EFF, the Red Sea. We saw it. There was no 50 there. In those court cases. The next time we have such a program under these conditions, we will be full in some big stadium. We want them to send police and come and arrest us for wanting to gather there and speak the truth. Because Ucele is very good with that. Arresting people who are speaking the truth. Hasisala
le makhaya ngenxa yewo hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hasisala le makhaya ngenxa yewo hasisala le makhaya ngenxa yewo hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene uyanribe kisela loqala eMzantsi Afrika uyanribe kisela loqala eMzantsi Afrika hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola singene hotobola tobola kelela mama hotobola tobola singene hathe chiyo chiyo makhelela chiyo wene Mandela uzoseneke pa mama womuzabalazo hethe wene Mandela hethe mama womuzabalazo hethe mama wamakhelela hethe mama wamakomanda hethe mama wamakhelela hethe mama wamakomanda sithi bathabile Dlamini sithi mama wazitabane sithi bathabile Dlamini sithi mama wezitabane sithi mama wamageyi sithi mama wamalesbiyeni sithi mama wamageyi sithi mama wamageyi sithi Winnie Mandela sithi mama wamakhelela sithi Winnie Mandela sithi mama wamakhelanda sithi mama wamakhelela sithi mama wamasotsha sithi mama wamakhelela sithi mama wamasotsha ngoba indele ndlela indele ndlela ngoba indele ndlela ngoba indele ndlela ngoba ifuna bona banothando ifuna abanothando oba woyindele ndlela makhe indele ndlela makhiwe indele ndlela makhuwa indele ndlela ngoba ifuna abanothando ithi ifuna ayabanothando uthambo indele ndlela uthambo indele ndlela amandla itelele tsilaye itelele tsilaye hiyo itelele tsilaye hitelele tsilaye hitelele hitelele tsilaye hitelele hitelele tsilaye hiyo hiyawo hitelele tsilaye hiyo hiyawo hitelele tsilaye hitelele hitelele tsilaye hitelele hitelele tsilaye hiyo hiyawo hitelele tsilaye hiyo hiyawo hitelele tsilaye
Baya baya. Sabaya baya. Telele. Amandla. Kawethu. Thank you very much, comrades. Ndicela ama comrades abe patient ne. There are refreshments that are coming. So ndicela ama comrades abe a little bit patient. Ngoku sizawucela i-comrade lethu, the newly appointed convener Somlomo of Embrace Diversity Movement in the region, uComrade Sinethemba Dubo, who forms part of the members, Comrade Sweetness ebebendincedisa in organizing this program to do vote of thanks, but also to respond on behalf of LGBTQI people of Nelson Mandela region. Ayutaihlome siyaya kondo wesizwe lusak ayutaihlome ayutaihlome siyaya kumkondo wesizwe lusaka yutaihlome ayutaihlome osiyaya kumkondo wesizwe lusaka ayutaihlome ayutaihlome osiyaya kumkondo wesizwe lusaka ayutaihlome. Program director, Comrade Mtibanis, the leadership khona apha etafileni. Ndingumshumayeli uyandazi pha ecaweni in the Methodist Church of Southern Africa. Uyazi into yoba nalapho ke siyalwa. Njengomshumayeli ke xa usekugqibeleni uyayifunda iaudience. Ubone into yobana if ukwilizwi lokugqibela uthi abashumayeli bathethile, therefore uthi gqabagqaba uhlaba amahlongwane. Kusinethemba ke lo udubo uhlongwane isiduko. Ndicelwe itask enkulu to give a vote of thanks. Kodwa ii-comrades ebezithetha apha ngaphambili zindenzele lula
Okwam if bendishumayela njengomuntu ongumshumayeli bendiza kuthi there was this woman xa ndiza kubulela wonke umuntu olapha nezi speakers zethu namhlanje ebezithetha. There was this woman who met Jesus eyoKhamanzi. And not just any woman, but she was isolated from the community. And then going to the river, uKhamanzi, was the process of healing. Abe ne conversation naye isiqu sakhe because no one wanted to be close to her. But luckily, when Jesus enqumle Samari njengomshumayeli wafika equleni kukho le ntombazana a rejected woman izikhelela amanzi ifrustrated izibuza ba what have I done wrong in the community? And Jesus said khawundiphendisele. And then, because ingqondo akuyo, umuntu ocinazelekile sometimes uthi ngokwinkululeko ilapha phambi kwakhe angayiboni. Ndikhulele ezilalini, my comrade. Ihagu siyayikhuleka ukuze iphume into ezimdaka ibizitya. But siyikhulule ingamuvi ngoku ime kule ndawo ikuyicinga mfana intambi sasemqaleni. Kunyanzeleke buyikhabe comrade Mdibanisi ukuze izorealize that ikhululekile. Now this woman I can understand that nansi savior nanku umkhululi. But the story that I'm trying to tell you is that after the conversation that she had with Jesus Christ, esithi Jesus Christ, ububuyazi uba I am the source of this water. And ubunosela kulamanzi mina ndiza kunika wona asobuphinda unqane. Wenza something ebalulekile ndithetha nani nonke. Uthi emveni kobe efumene lo conversation she runs back to the community. Le ingamfuniyo carrying the bucket ibizisi peace kuye. And she says nanku umuntu endixelela izinto endake ndazenza. So today we had speakers about touching a number of things that we are facing in the community. Basixhobisa because ibiyingxoxo le yokuxhobisana. Ukuze sikwazi ufunda, sikwazi ukuthi into obucinga mfana biyo, we understand uba ayiyo. Kodwa okwethu ngoku is to go back to that community ingasifuniyo and tell them that in the Nelson Mandela region, queer people met and there were speakers abaze nezitya with full of information that we can share with you, even though you reject us, but here is the information. I want to say, Uni, queer people of the Nelson Mandela region, we need to unite. A lot of people apha bathethe ngokungabikho united kwethu nokungabikho organized. Comrade Mdibanisi uyayazi lento soloko uyithetha usithi whenever siya kwindawo ezithile kuhulumente okonye kumabhunga athile kuthiwa khanike niziqokelele. Anikho organized. Kufika uSinethemba uthethela obani Sinethemba. Yeyiphi le constituency kuthumileyo. Comrade Eugene aputhethe ngecompetition ekhoyo. Sine organizations that sometimes they tend to compete instead of uniting in the struggle of the LGBTIQ people. Sometimes i-programs zethu azikwazi uba impumelelo because umuntu ufuna i-program ibe nguye who does that program. Uba yenziwa ngabanye abantu ayiphumeleli. Apha silayite ikhandlela, but our initial plan with Comrade Mtivanisi was that siza kuya eTinarha kulo andile and sibeke engcwabeni lakhe sithethe and support the family during the case yokubulawa kakhe kabuhlungu. But we couldn't because of the things that were said. Ngabantu abazama ukuthi whenever there is a program bafune bona kushayine bona. We need to unite. No one will take us seriously if we are not united. So ndima apha ndinibulela izipikers zethu ndisithi uba ndibamamele kahle kuyo yonke into abayithethayo but let us be united. And as a Christian mna ndiyayazi into yobana unity in the body of Christ ayikwazeki. It's a challenge. Asiyunayithanga thina singamaKristu. But I know that thina if sinoba united sinako ukuhambela phambili. Sikwazi ukuthi when we speak abantu basithathe serious. And the enemy of any organization, the biggest enemy is division. Perhaps I once said to Comrade Mtivanisi xa ndizawuhlala phantsi, if we can first defeat the division within this community, ezinye izinto zingalula. Enkosi Comrade Sweetness, siyathemba inoba kweli bhungu kulo nakule position kuyo njengabantu othi ninathi sizawukwazi ukuyazi into yobana xa kuhleli indibaniso kuqulunqwa ngezinto zabasebenzi sinayo ivoice. Enkosi minister, kuba sinento ethi ukuthatha ixesha lakho and be part of these conversations, uzawukwazi in your ministry to make sure that we have the expressions that we are dying for, that we want in the African National Congress, even naku government as a whole. Comrade Sihle, sibulela inobana at all times nibe yinxalenye yokuba nibe nathi. Ngokuhlobo bethethe ngalo Comrade Eugene apha abantu benze bafuna ukuba part of i-programs zethu xa besazoba bafuna ukuphakamisa izandla zabo, but siyabazwa abantu abahleli benathi. So ke ngoku noba kufika ixesha loba asikwazi ubaphika, siyayibulela loo nto leyo. Comrade Eugene, ndiyaqala ukukubona but ndiyakwazi. Sibulela ke for taking your time. Usuke apho usuke khona uze apha. Thina as this region will forever be indebted to you. Kuba uye wasixabisa. And siyathemba into yobana as one of our LGBTIQ community pha kwesa scratch kuso siqinisekile into ba sine voice asigunqa. Comrade Nikita, siyabulela for your support to spokesperson. Sibulela ubukho bakho. Ndiyayibulela ne Women's League ehambileyo ngenxa yemeko ezithile. Kodwa ngomama bethu bane faults zabo, kodwa ndithanda into yoba ukuba baba yinxalenye yezi programs, they will learn and unlearn. Kuba ngabona abantu abanenimba okumele ba when we are rejected sibalekela kubo. So in conclusion, ndibulela wonke umuntu Those that I did not mention, ndiyanibulela guys, for ukuhlala apha. And xa ndigqibelisa, as conversations must not end here. We must go out and continue with these conversations. Siyabulawa every day. Lamagama siwamenshileyo ngangasiwaziyo, but asiyazi ba even nangoku sithethayo ba there is a queer body obulawayo. Let us not forget that the Pride Month was not started for ukcelebrate, but yaba ngabantu that said enough is enough, and Stonewall ngo-1969 baphuma bathi enough is enough. If it means that thina kuba sikule meko because singaphansi, if it means that during Pride Month we must not celebrate, but we must go and face the community and say enough is enough, and face the government and say thina sizakuxhasa osixhasayo, ongasixhasiyo siyamkhaba. Kuthiwa mosinenkomo, inkomo ithanda omthandayo engamthandi iyamkhahlela. So asikwazi ke to accept abantu abangasifuniyo. Ndiyabulela comrade Andile.
Thank you very much, comrade. Andizoyenza nje comrade sigqibile. Cha ndifuna uqiniseka. I-refreshments sizazifumana pha emva. I'm not sure if there's an arrangement pha, but we'll deal with it. But i-refreshments sizazifumana pha emva. I-transport ngola hlobo besikhwele ngalo kuzawuqalwa nge-Summerstrand, and then from Summerstrand kubuye, and then kuthathwe ilokishi. So sizakwenzeni ngolo hlobo ngola hlobo besenze ngalo ngotya besifika. Thank you very much, comrades. And ndicela also, because it's very important, those that wish to join the LGBTI desk, babhala amagama abo, surname and phone numbers. Comrade Usnethemba will facilitate that. Thank you very much, comrades. Pa ebek ke nibulewe ma comrade, nibulewe comrade Sweetness. Ukubulela for ukutya. Oh no. Kubulelwe ndifuna ukuthi xolweni. Sigqibile. I'd like pha emva there was nice songs, revolutionary songs that were playing. La playlist mayidlale while sithatha ukutya. Thank you very much, comrades.
Sivuyayo, othula buthi,
Comrades, kuthiwa to avoid traffic, ne? Masihlale kwenye ndawo zikuzi kutya kuze kuthi, ne? Yeah, to avoid traffic.